Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Hey y'all, good morning. It's me, your girl, Miss Flavor the Diva, and I'm an avid lover of sport. And when I want insightful, contradicting, and bubbly bursting sporting analysis, guess where I go to? Coach's Dex, of course. It provides me with all the detail, keep me up to date, and everything I need to know about my games. Coach's Dex, big up on yourself for the good work that you guys have always been put out. Informative, insightful. It is so contradicting. Personality clashes and bubbleness, trust me. Coach's Dex, I will not stop watching you guys. Enough love, 2022. Everybody tune in to Coach's Dex. Insightful conversation hits your cranium.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
TGIF, TGIF, TGIF. Thank goodness it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, man. And when it's Friday on YouTube, we are into the weekend's triple treat. Big up to everybody who decide to, join us this evening. Welcome one and all. Of course, the golden rule is to hit that like button. Yes, that's the golden rule. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and become a part of the coach's desk. You know what I mean? Thanks to everybody who has made this channel possible because it was you. Yeah, you, and all of you who allowed this channel to be where it is at this moment. So much respect, massive respect to everyone. We really appreciate you. And we just continue to do what we have to do so that the movement can continue. Yeah. So, how is everybody doing? How has your weekend been? Yeah, man. We know weekend for some people it's family time, spending time, but for you to take the time out, to be here, appreciate it. Yeah, man. Big up to the Reggae Boyz supporters club. Um, Kyle Wallace and the crew. Big up on yourself. Yeah, man. They also made this possible, people. God, the man, them spread the word where coaches desk is concerned and the discussions that take place over here. You know what I mean? And we're not forgetting there are Richos. Richos Roots. Yes, man. Richos Roots still on board. Mm-hmm. So big up to the Richos Roots boss. On continuing to show support to the coach's desk. So this video is brought to you by Richos Roots Drink. Richos Solid Roots Drink. Richos, a true Jamaican experience. Yeah, a true what? Jamaican experience. Yeah, man. Big experience when it comes on to Jamaica. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're here. We are here. And we are here because we want to ensure that we continue to give you what you want. More, 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 more. All right. So, hey, say I was supposed to make a phone call. Let me see if I make the text. So many things to do. All right, let me see what can go on here. So, all right. So we have, as you can see also in the video, there's a tournament that will be taking place tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Yeah. Let me get the details up and running for you. So it's a KSAFA-Valeo Youth Football Development a league that will be taking place tomorrow at the UE JFF Captain Horace Boyle Center of Excellence. That football competition begins tomorrow, and April 23, and will run through to July 2022. So it's a good April, May, June, July. So it's a good stretch for the youngsters. It will be played on a round robin basis. The three age group categories under 13, under 15, and under 17 will be played at the same venue, the Captain Horace World Center of Excellence up by you. So the event will comprise of 15 participating clubs and academies. All right. So yeah, man, 15 participating clubs and academies. The opportunity for participation was open to clubs and academies within the Kingston and St. Andrew region and other regions. Hey, unseen, I hope you get on to this in the unseen. All right, so the participating clubs and academies are Barbican FC, Benders Academy, Boys Town FC, Boys Town FC, Central Kingston FC, Ligan United, Los Perfectos, Mullines FC, New Kingston FC, Norbrook Strikers, Seaview Gardens FC, and Tivoli Gardens FC. Participating from outside of the Kingston and St. Andrew region in the Los Perfectos from Manchester. The under 13 category will be 7v7 with a half duration of 30 minutes and a match duration of 60 minutes. Under 15, 9v9 with a half duration of 35 minutes and a match duration of 70 minutes. The under 17, 11v11 with a half duration of 40 minutes and a match duration of 80 minutes. There will be unlimited substitution. This is a good league, you know. The KSAFA Elite Player Development Program will be training and competition platform focused on positively impacting Jamaica's youth slash football through the provision of increased training opportunities, quality instructions, and meaningful games in a healthy environment. Other participation advantages are that the clubs and academics will benefit from precise tracking of and fitness data through the Instat Football platform. They also have the opportunity to upload and analyze high quality recorded matches. Additionally, Additionally, for the coaches, the occasion will be open to further development. KSAFA-Valeo under 13 match day one, and they list the matches who will be taking on who. I think this initiative is very good, and I mean, let us see how it progress going forward because it's interesting for me. Very interesting. All right. Yes, so that is that at the moment. Well, so you understand that a footballer, a young footballer who lost his life. All right. Ooh. All right, people. So let me go to the comment section. So would have gotten the anybody who wants to call in to talk about the KSAFA-Valeo Youth Development League, you can call in. But that's the information we got on it, and we have divulged that information. And that was for immediate press release. So it should be out there. So let me check the comment section. Da, 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 da. Bala car in the building, fresh God in the building, big up yourself. Rapid growth of the channel 15.5. Thanks for the continued support. 20k soon. That need to go up on the screen, man. Giovanni, big up yourself, Giovanni. Big up yourself. Hold on, let me see. I'll go on here. So, all right, all right. So, fresh is bigging up everybody. Actually, big up yourself. I say you turn early bird. AC, bless up yourself, AC. Broke me there from 7:20. Me did, me did have a reply to two what girl now me did. Right now, me even mash up. Yeah, fresh God. Sorry for hear that, man. Look like you know the baller. Sorry to hear that, brother. Triple E, big up yourself. Leon Price, big up. Stan Cranky. Bless up yourself, enough, Stan Cranky. Yeah, man, everything good, baller car. Everything good, everything good. According to me here. Leon Price, he will assist Paul All. Spread the word. Top shotters are back. Oh, wait. A shot at that. Wayne Harris, big up yourself. Brownman Security, big up. J Ross, big up. We want to know what is the KSAFA-Valeo thing. Yeah, me just read it out. You know, hear it. That one of them killer footballer just now. Yeah, man. See the information. Sad to say. Sorry, sorry. Big up the coach on the big show. Big up Sonia from Jamaica. A two Sonia Bowen. I'm just checking. Hold on, the people. Hold on. I have to take that call. Hold on. Sorry about that, people. Really sorry about that. But at the same information about the little baller we drop out. Yeah, man. Wow. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's the number 10 from stats. Yeah, man. It's sad. It's sad. Ah, boy. Oh, it's a knockout tournament and not an actual league format. No, round robin. Them say round robin, so it can't be knockout. Yeah, man. Omar Ling, man. Yeah, man. Me see it fresh, God. Me see it. And see me just get the call upon it, too. One done. Big up yourself. Okay, I can shoot me instead of them shoot him. Can't be a knockout. It finished. No, it's not a knockout. A team from Manchester. That's nice. Yeah, man. A Manchester Las Professors forward from. Yeah, man. Even just smash up another promising talent gone just upon him birthday star. Jano. No Santos. Someone is just here to you future like that. These things need serious awareness. Javier Santos name call on them are one of the big teams where youth football is concerned. In play for stats. That's what I know. In play for stats, that's what I know. Rob Smith, big up. Jano. It's really sick. And Kevin Reed, big up yourself. Why not just run a league format like where a league of promises? So the league are gonna go on burp is not a knockout competition, brother. It's a league competition. If them are gonna play them two each team 2 times or round robin, it can't be knockout, brother. Burp, you get the information wrong. Yeah. One team is going to be playing one team 2 times. So it's not a knockout tournament, brother. Big up yourself, Erudite, Jason Ferran. Oh yeah. Oh, fresh, me no know him. I watch Manning Cup. Okay. Big up yourself, Ryan. Wayne Swire. Big up yourself. Mega Flavor. Heal up Mega Flavor. Me know him from my TV coach, just mash up my meds. See another talent gone. Yeah, man, for real. I say me just get the call, brother, and the thing now. Yeah, man, I'm promising you the number. He's the number 10 from stats. That's the youngster. Omar Ling. Crystal Image, big up yourself. Hey, it's a group, yeah, sample man. Omar Ling. Omar Ling, the baller name. All right, big up yourself. Yeah, man, it real sad actually. You play for Cavalier too? Oh, you play for Cavalier too? Okay, okay. Mm. Yeah, man, condolences goes out to the family members of Omar Ling as well as his football family and the entire football fraternity. It's just a sad thing right now. Yeah, Balakar. Yeah, man, it's sad, it's sad, it's sad. Right now, to all the players around, you can't even say where he should be or where he should not be. It's just untimely, brother. Yeah, man. For real. Just untimely. You understand? Cha cha. See, Richie Royal, so he would have been at the U20 setup. Oh, boy. John, no, me can't go no further, brother. Thing set away. I'll get the stats coach number. Why? Where me I go call him, man, and say, brother? You rough to call him, you know, man. Sure, no. Yeah, man, that go on Richie Royal. Mm-mm. Thing shake with brother. Big up John Paul. Yeah, man, today I'm birthday. That we're here too. Yeah, man. So that's why we say condolences goes out to the whole football fraternity, his family, his supporters and all. Yeah, man, I can't call him right now. Me just get the number sir, to call him, but he was stats leading goal scorer last year now. He was celebrating his 18th birthday, so him just turned 18. Just. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's it. Richie Roy was the leading goal scorer. Stats family, the whole stats massive condolences from the coach's desk. Yeah, that's true fresh. No other movie take place. No movie take place, you know. Yeah, man, this must grieve people out. Mm-mm. So for the persons who are just joining, Omar Ling, the leading goal scorer in the Morning Cup last season, he has passed on. He was shot and killed while celebrating his birthday. Big up yourself, Wayne Evans. Man, don't not too now go on too nice, you know, man. Yeah, man. Apparently, one situation took place in Moby as well, you know. I've not heard of that one, but just I get some message again. So, can we move on or if we stop the show? Cavalier post him. Yeah, man, Cavalier post him and big him up for his birthday, you know, 4 hours ago. And then the news, sad news. You know. All right, so we dedicate that period or just now to the baller. Sorry to hear that this occurred. Just sad. All right, so yeah, man. Big up everybody. Send condolences to the family members. So let us, move on there. All right. So people who are just coming in, let me recap the whole KSAFA-Valeo football competition, youth football development competition, which I think or I believe is a very, very good initiative. So 15 teams. Yeah, Woodism. Big up yourself, man. Respect. All right. So it's a KSAFA-Valeo Youth Football Development League. It kickstarts tomorrow. A good question, that you know. Jay, big up. All right. So it's a youth football development league. It starts tomorrow and it will run through to July 2022. They'll be playing it on a round robin basis. The three age group categories: under 13, under 15, and under 17. Same venue it will be played, Captain Horace Burrell Center of Excellence, UMONA. You know, 15 participating clubs and academies. It was open to academies and clubs within Kingston and St. Andrew region and other regions. All right. The clubs that are participating: Barbican FC, Benders Academy, Boys Town FC, Central Kingston FC, Kingston Football Academy, Lux Academy or LAX, Ligani United, Los Perfectos, Mullines FC, New Kingston FC, Norfolk Strikers, Seaview Gardens FC, and Tivoli Gardens FC. These are the teams that will be participating in the competition. And of course, Los Perfectos is from Manchester. So the U13 or the under 13, 7v7. So 7 players on each team. Half duration of 30 minutes. So 60 minutes for the game. Under 15, 9v9 with 35 minutes a half. Under 17, 11 versus 11, 40 minutes a half. And there will be unlimited substitution. So it's a cassava elite player development program. Now program will be a training and competition platform focused on positively impacting Jamaica's youth football through the provision of increased training opportunities, quality instruction, and meaningful games in a healthy environment. Other participation advantages are that clubs and academies will benefit from precise tracking and fitness data through the Instat football platform. They also have the opportunity to upload and analyze high quality recorded matches. Additionally, for the coaches, the occasion will be open to further development. So that is the whole purpose of this tournament. Don't ask me what is Valeo. Probably it's just a name that they give to it. I don't know the meaning. I never asked the meaning. So I can't say what is the value or what it means there. Just know that it's a competition for U15, U13, U17 youngsters that will be aiding in their development. I think this is a good look. Um, yeah, man. So don't ask me that. Wanna ask what is value? It's an academy as well. Valero. Okay. Well, okay, okay. All right. So Paul Hall has been confirmed, albeit verbal confirmation from what we have heard. We have not heard anything official. I'm hearing it's a 4 year contract, it's a 3 year contract. So it's the reason I'm saying that it is what you'd call it a verbal agreement. Yeah. Because Outer East Value is an academy from Boston. Okay, that's good. Somebody is saying it's a gas station. It could be a sponsor, could be another academy, but I mean, I don't know if that part of it is important. All right. So, what are your thoughts on Paul Hall getting the job, people? What are your thoughts on Paul Hall getting the job, and who will be his assistant? Who will be his assistant? Will it be Dion Burton? Will it be Robbie Earl? Will it be Kevin Lisby? Blessings RDN TV. Who will it be? We understand that 3 persons applied for the job in, as well, but Paul Hall would have won the bid, so to speak, wanting of a better term. I have not confirmed anything about the QPR. You know, okay, all right, Winswire, thank you. Rob Smith says he heard it's Tyrone Marshall. Out of East, we don't want Earl near our football. But people, truth and in fact, Meron Gordon will still be there. Meron Gordon will still be there. Meron Gordon will still be the assistant, and he's also going to be um, coaching the U17 team. And why that is so? Because the 10-year plan is being implemented according to information that I have received. So the 10-year plan is going to be in progress. Good for Coach Paul, or prefer to someone as so I am just saying. All right, what I heard in a big deal is that ideally they would want two assistants, but you know the famous term is that there's no money. So because there's no money right now, the coach, one of the persons who applied would have been the assistant, one of the assistant coaches. But according to reports that I've received, is that they aren't able to find that funds to have two assistants, because most international coaches, they have two assistants working with. But that's the case with Paul Hall. Then it's kind of different because again, the JFF, right? They don't have any money. And that is always going to be the report. All right. You can call in, people. Let us hear what you're thinking as well. The JFF need to finalize Paulo's contract ASAP so he can get down to business. But Everton, basically, business are gonna get down to, because the friend that is coming up with Catalonia, he is the man that will be leading them in that. I mean, probably the final details of the contract has not been finalized, but a verbal agreement has been reached. What I understand, because if you're going to be putting him on a statement of a game that will be played and Coach Paulo's name is on it, then that tells me he's the coach. Is that Meron Gordon will still be his assistant, and he's also going to be working 17, because the 10-year start from there, the U17. So they get in the youngsters. The whole philosophy of playing a particular way will go right throughout the entire teams that are a part of the boys. If them pick Robbie Earl, must stop watch Jamaica football. Why is that, Rob? Well, from information I received, you was one of them who went for the job. Journey with a sport, no disrespect, but KSAFA Jamaica football. Robbie Earl don't want that. Apply for it, Wayne Harris. Sincerest and deepest condolences to the family of this young man, Bala. Our prayer with you throughout this time of bereavement. I'm never a lost up. I'm never at a loss for words, but now I'm speechless. Yeah, man. They've never yet have no money to assist way. That is the standard of any decent team. Yes, Giovanni. And code needs to go who applied. To who applied. Yeah, one out of the three persons that applied fresh will from what I've heard, and when I do my checks, apparently because they don't have the finances to back the whole thing of having two assistant, which is ideal. Which is ideal. Mirror and guard will still remain. And that is if things don't change. If I find a money problem, prefer to see someone locally as for the legwork. If Paul will have to travel in between, yes, because even though it will cover Paul all ground, you still would need somebody else, you know. So that's what I'm hearing. But apparently, it won't happen now or yet. Probably employ the person yet, but it is done to happen. Don't know when. Why does that matter? You really who Tyrone Marshall is? Tyrone Marshall used to play for Jamaica, but it is was two assistant when Paul Hall came in. No, Miran Guard. Who are the second one? Big deal because when Paul Hall came in, the goalkeeper coach is not one of the assistant. You know, he's the goalkeeper. Well, he's an assistant, but technically the chief assistant was Miran Gordon, and they'd want three people to be working with Paul Hall, where the players are concerned, excluding the goalkeepers. So Warren Barrett will take his goalkeepers and work. And when they need to do work in with the technical work, when they need to do squad work, the main assistants will actually do what they have to do with coach. So that's how I know it goes. So I don't know. So I don't know who was that person. Big deal. Chevis, while this is bring Las from Manchester to play in the competition. It's a big deal and really don't know who's Tyrell. Big deal. Seriously, you follow football and you don't know who is Tyrell. Chano Star. Who is the second assistant? Rob Smith. If he is a local coach, we don't need another pro licensed coach to help Paul all. DJ level, big up yourself. Do you think any new players will come in this May friendly? Yeah, because this, yeah, man, they said they are going to be looking at new players. Where they are coming from, I don't. Oh, for Android phone that. you know it. Ah, Robbie Earl will literally not in the Jamaican rate. Well, my person will apply. Robbie Earl 3 World Cup games and never come back. Might try to use us for. We have one assistant and a goalkeeper coach. Only Jamaican from the 90s got that. Nobody narrate. And him wow come coach Jamaica. Yeah, sure, right. But look, well, remember saying not get the job enough, so that's how you go, people get shortlisted and apply for position. That don't mean them. Is it the same case as is with senior coach is the U20 coach? I think that's what they want to do. That's why I'm saying for now that the word I'm getting is that the assistant, which is to you U17. If they got another one will go to U20, and that is normally the chain, so that the all three coaches will be on the same wavelength, implementing the same thought philosophy to the youngsters coming up through the rank, right back to the national team. So I mean, if that is how it is going to go, you can say that Paul Hall really has a plan. And from what I'm hearing also is that in the coach, some of his philosophies will be implemented. You know what I mean? So let's see how that goes with time. Time will tell. Time will definitely tell. Listen, nobody narrate about my earning. This makes no sense. Why bring a new coach with the same that assistant coaches? The Len, well, he's doing the job of the assistant, always in Pollard. Tyron Marsh, probably our best ever. He played in the Mill LS for a long time. Man like Paul and Dean and Fitzroy, they are overseas man them from that time. People rate Robbie Earl. But a one man Dean Burton applied, Robbie Earl applied, and Kevin Walisby applied. You can't talk about the man them when I apply. You have to talk about the man them when apply. No local coach for a second assistant unless they suddenly SSF or a CONCACAF A license. Tired of unqualified coaches running our teams. UEFA A. Remember when Tapa was there, Paul Hall and Meron was the two assistants. Okay. You said when Paul Hall come in, but I thought you were saying when Paul Hall was the head. Yeah, man. My opinion, Runway, Meron Garden, Warren Bart, and Rogers, fresh new people with new ideas. Who are these people? Yeah, you can't throw away something and you don't have nothing to replace, you know. Oh, if you don't know Tyrone Marshall, brother, we play for Jamaica how much years, brother? Eh? What happened with Robbie Earl make me see him name? Then the only white baller did that play for Jamaica in the early 2000s. Him a white brother. What kind of white you talk about? The man is a black man, just high complexion. I agree with that 100%. But who not gonna replace? You can't just throw out people, you know. How are you replace these persons with who? So while the idea is good, you have to come because you can't just throw away people so without solutions. You understand? I mean, he's a solution oriented person, you know. Just run and say, oh, we not do that. Or them man they need to go. But who you gonna say if you saw the thing, you can't say, let this man replace this man. Wayne Harris, Marshall, a big Jamaican international. Len must be very young. Why are you new to football? We have got to take away range for 2 years. Oh, man, nothing know Tyron Marshall. Big deal, Len. We lose half of you tonight, brother. Me lose half of you tonight. Hey, all if you don't know, you never know say man play. When you hear Tyron Marshall, you know. The man a brown man, the man is no white man, man. I might talk about the first white man. Really? I am not experiencing that. People having problem with my with all the videos coming across. Let me check my phone. Let me check my phone because I have no problem with it right now. Normally, let me see when it misbehave. Everything up, get notifications, a video coming. Let me check the quality of the video. The quality of the video. Quality of the video look away, yes. I don't know what happened fresh. Oh, we have a whole parade still now. Probably I don't go on enough. There's a all island thing, so I probably not have no control over that. Whole per waters, many waters. He'll just start watching the team. I heard that the youth from Arsenal will be in the overseas batch of players coming in for the trial. Which youth? What him name? Over the past few weeks, we have a better understanding of how the JFF operates. Let us support Paul Hall. Let us now support Paul Hall, his assistant, and the Reggae Boys. Leave the negatives by the roadside. Start somewhere. Yeah, and as I say, no sunflower for me, I'm going to be assessing the coach increment as he goes by. So me now wait for a long stretch. Me I go put in my own statistics them. So you see what happened the last 6 games. That's it. The game alone is gonna be a new clean slate for Paul Hall for me. Yeah. And I will be doing my own statistics going forward where Paul Hall is concerned. Understand? So the past is the past. Let us see what can happen. And if we see anything folly, we are about it. If we see something now go well, we have a talk about it. You understand? So Paul Hall is under screw, you know, but deserves an opportunity because once him apply for the position, him get the job. I think he deserve an opportunity. All right, we're getting our first call for the night, people. Caller, good night. You're live on the coach's desk. Welcome.
Yes, coach. Respect, man.
Oh, Richard, this. Richard.
You know, my driver program. Yes, yes, I drive. I listen to the program, man. Because for Robbie Earl and thing.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the call for, for some clarity. These are the times that I really miss Ricky on the program because they bring some sense of reasoning.
Who?
Because
Who? Richard
Richard, yeah, man,
and
and
Cranky.
Cranky. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because if you are going to say that Robert Earl wasn't a star player for Jamaica, and on that basis, he's not qualified to be the assistant coach, then um, Whitmore was a star player for Jamaica. He was one of the best players. But yet, people would say that he failed. He can go internationally. Maradona is one of the greatest coaches, one of the greatest players ever. And he had taken up his country and he wasn't successful. You understand me? The questions that should be asked when Robert Earl came called, what has he been doing since he stopped playing football? What sort of success has he had? Or qualification as a coach has he gathered?
Has
You
he
understand me?
as he since he stopped playing football?
I am totally oblivious, sir, but I'm not that is putting him down, nor
Uh,
am I lifting him up.
no man, that's
You
why I'm
understand me?
but we're having a conversation and I'm asking the question just to see where you stand where he is in terms of
I
knowledge of
don't know. I'm just no. I don't have an opinion of him.
okay,
Which is
okay.
why I can't form an opinion. You understand me? And which is why I ask the point. So how do you put down someone on that basis when when um other variables prove otherwise? You understand me? Because nobody can doubt. So Whitway was one of our best players. Whitway is one of the best midfielders Jamaica ever see.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Yet as a coach, some people, right, and they told me the majority. You
Mm-hmm.
understand me? and fail miserably. You understand? It's not a consistent
I
thing.
think I think you have to put the failing in context. He done well at World Cup qualifiers. He has failed at World Cup qualifiers. That's how I would put it.
Right, I'm
But
not saying
but
he failed.
but
Nor
he,
am I saying he what the narrative is out there. You
oh,
understand me?
okay.
You understand? So I'm just saying that, and Maradona, you can use that. He wasn't very successful as a coach either,
Mm-mm.
but yet he's one of the greatest players ever. So I'm just one of this, but because I realize that the person who is making that comment seem to want it to be highlighted, so because they keep repeating it. You understand me? So since it was highlighted, let's address it. Boy, I mean, I don't think that's a way to look at it and decide if somebody is qualified for the job or not. I mean, if I say that, then they don't really want to question it when a player, certain player is selected. They'll question your reasoning now as to whether or not you support or not support that player.
I th-
They
though you
don't
know,
really have.
I think though you know, Richard, persons probably is not too fond of him because of what transpired, how he came in the team and how he left. I think that's more of
But
it rather than reasoning out what should be reasoned out. I think that's more of it.
yeah, but somebody did say that he's a very good player. Somebody said
Somebody
that.
did
So we
say
think
that.
that. Yeah, somebody said that he's a star player for Jamaica to come on in 98. I want to come and team. Yeah, you read that comment while I was there. I heard it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. But but can't really attack a person for a personal, point like that. If he's able to do the job, make him do it. If he's not able to do the job, fine. Use reasoning
Well, apparently,
to make it.
apparently, the selection committee did not see him fit as one of the applicants. He wasn't considered. If he's considered for assistant, I am not sure. But from what I heard
Mm-hmm,
is that one of those persons who applied would be the first assistant or the second assistant.
mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and yeah, man, I'm not really supporting that he should get it or not supporting because we just want to highlight the fact that if a man is a good player, it doesn't necessarily make him a good coach or a bad coach. You understand me?
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm.
don't think that's history has shown that you know consistent in that way. Right, but big up yourself, coach, as usual. Enjoy the Friday, man, and
Yeah,
that's all
man.
this program.
Big up us.
Yeah, man. See you, brother. Respect.
Jamaica L. Big up yourself. Tennessee is saying Paul Hall to have a plan. LOL. Because Tapa did have a plan to don't know what it was, but he had one. But Paul Hall has a 10-year plan, and one of the nuggets of that 10-year plan is that infiltrate the philosophy in the youth, the young players. So Marion Gordon, who works close with them, will be coaching our part of the U17 team. So if that's a plan, then let us see. Now we'll be watching keenly, Archive, Eagle Eye out. Dion for my money. Dion have a genuine love the program and the country generally. Coach 2001 me born, remember? Me never know what 2001 I born. But here me as a big deal. Just a little tip me I give you. You see, if you follow something and you're not born in the era because oh that's where Google is important and is useful in the 2000 era. So if you don't know, you know, if you say you just go research the ball and talk about it. You understand? So all right. Me no know him. Okay. But you could have searched, man. You could have asked Google. Pepe and them man there, me know. So and him playing I see him Pepe them. Oh yeah, that the research big deal. That's all. Me probably early Jamaica with the early retirement of the France. So yeah, hope JFF so why Len, you're not so much of a big deal. Right now, like Len out him sense. Oh, him not know Marshall and him know something there. Um Good is not them, man. Actually, you know, Len. I want to go on for that. Your assistant, all those free flight hotel stays, free ticket, most of all, food. I don't know that Marshall young, so it's reasonable. Rob's on, oh, you know, no, say, me nah play no more. Yeah, man, me I see it to Wayne Evans, but we had a lot of rain in Kingston, Catherine, St. Mary, and a few other parishes. So there's an issue with because of the rain. A whole lot of flooding. Mobile did a flood out. Things are going with the rain. So probably that's why it looks so. Man, Gillespie, when this year is the JF presidency election, not this year. Rob the guy is a wicked. We know one man like him in a program as place administrator. Dion is the right man for be Paul Hall assistant. Look like the waters wash away JFF pocket like always. So Olen know Dion, but him not know Tyrone. That may I say, and he know Pepe, which is goodest, and him not know Tyrone. Crypto Prince Taylor Hart from Arsenal. Okay, a crime if me don't know him. It's not a crime, but if you're a football fan, you're supposed to know that baller. Hold on. Yeah, we're right back. Brother, if you don't know Marshall, you can't know more ball than brother. You see him sub bro. Big right now, big deal, better big deal. Quit while not so far behind, brother. Richard always stand behind all the boys. When Dion Baron Marshall, Paul Hall, Maron Gordon as third assistant doesn't seem so bad. Ricketts are for goalkeeper coach. Okay. Hold second. Is this man defending Robbie Earl? Even the baby were just bad. What? Can't even dog, dude, chick. Will Len ask who is Kevin Lisby next? Len, you know who is Kevin Lisby? Earl work on Sky Sport. Robbie Earl serves as a studio analyst of NBC's groups, Premier League coverage, including Premier League Live, NBA. You feel good, brother. The man never loyal to Jamaica, all right? Stan Cranky said the view is that Robbie has been about Robbie and never really committed to Jamaica. Players like Marcus Gale was more complimentary about Robbie. Yeah, man. Rob, no. I know say that man Robbie used Jamaica. But Robbie worked with Fox as a commentator and I have never seen him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me never see him. That's why I asked the caller that, but you know, him just a sharing point. But him no. Oh yeah, so him just reach. That army just reach. That's madness. At coach, if me a man apply for same job, me not turn around and hire him as my assistant. They say that a madness, Dre. But suppose one of them have the requisite. It depends on which job you have something there, you know. Yeah, normally the person bring in their own assistant. No, yeah, you're right, Dre. I'm only asking Paul to refrain from taking bribe orders. I will give Paul all the benefit of the doubt, but haven't been impressed with his narrative so far. That's why I'm saying a cranky. You see the last 6 games, me clean that slate there now. You see, going forward, he's gonna be under heavy scrutiny from me now. You understand? So you're right about that cranky. While I like Robbie Earl, he does not have the ongoing relationship with the JF and Reggae Boys with Paul Allas, yeah. Big up Cataract. Make sure to like up the live now, people. We have 150 odd people. Open a like this stream. Owen, bless up. Man said 2000 on him ban. And 95 me born. When them man they are play Jamaica, me watch on my TV. Tyrone play Jamaica. So I don't like the sound of that code. Yeah, Dre, that's all, so it's a good at all. That's why I'm telling you, so when they call and come in, it's very difficult for me to me stop scroll too when they call and come in. I give the caller undivided attention. Caller should refrain from take. Ask Google, don't ask us cause we have laugh. Why are people talking about Robbie Earl coach in Jamaica? That will never because he has been a pundit on one of those TV channels, never coach a team. So that will never happen. That's why I never get the job. All JFF admission want a Chris Rock special. Devon put a Robbie not leaving the Robbie and rubbish. The Ghana football national coach has been the coach for 8 years now. His team been 3 African Cup finals and 1 African Cup champion. Will happen overnight. Give the coach time. Paul Johnson is saying Hall need new quality coaches to help him, so they must get assistant coaches. Coach it now. Other Pepe, Stupies, Claude, Bibi, and Marshall a Jamaica defense line that for about 10 years. The maths is not adding up. Marshall, the captain. Yeah, Marshall is the captain at one time. At that time, when them a play, me no born. Big up yourself, Eddie Vision. Coach, with that foreign, the youth that pass. Which community is he from? A good player. Yeah, man. He used to play for Stats. Something like that. Locally, and he's from something, or that's where he was when the incident took place. That guy live in Kiev. Everybody know Tyrone. The man Smith say, "Come like you live over Ukraine, brother." I was just joking, coach. You know better than that. You don't know me as a man that do my research. But yourself, kind of man, I say you come from Ukraine or you just born breast milk the mouth and all of them something. I have no idea what the criteria is. Well, would normally a coach's body of work puts them in contention for such. It's like he has the certificate without the experience. For real Douglas, a man like why we have local base overseas baller issue. Hey, a big deal. Me no believe say you're not joke still in a big deal. Somehow me say you're not joke at all. I would like to know the criteria. That's a very good thing, Frankie. What standard does the federation in terms of hiring a coach? Big up yourself. Don't ball to me. Big deal. Don't ball to me. I wanna say Blake. Yeah, man. Blake nice of a place. No, make Blake go on top, man. Blake is an American people. Big deal then. Me still, hey, oh no, we are put up a poll in a Blake, in a big deal. Me feast, you never did that joke. Me feast, you never did that joke. You never know who Marshall was. You got the research. You got go it. People, if you don't agree with me, don't you believe that Len never know? Any more calls coming in? The link, you know. That's why he's gonna be watched, cranky. Yeah, man, we'll be having our eyes to see what will transpire. Oh, he never know Rob Smith. I give him a try around the thing. He never know. Never. It no matter what Len tell me tonight, he never know. I slide him a try, slide out, you know. No, but seriously, to me, it's right now the football thing, Virgin. I'm not enthused about it, but I'm going to be watching. Big deal, big deal. The fee say you don't know. You can't grow the thing, big deal. You can't grow the thing. People, don't to the belief step. Hey, it's a big deal. Never know Tyrone Marshall. Eagle Republic, big up yourself, Aaron. Is it true that one of the incoming from overseas is none other than Tyrone Marshall's son? He plays for Cincinnati too. I don't know yet. Will come in. Serious question. The Canadian-based vlogger who said his life is being threatened. This craziness. Coach, put listen, put up the poll, burp. Oh boy. Me don't think saying did no. Hey, hey, maybe chewing a trip because right now some man are gonna get the wrench, you know. Man are gonna get the wrench. Persons with the wrench have to behave in a certain manner. Coach's desk like, you know what I mean? And I just forget wrench sake. So we are watch, we are observe, and when you don't see a name with them, don't feel no way. So that me I say fresh God. You see when we do over the female side, it's when we do over the track and side are pure vibes. Pure vibes. But the male side too much, too much, too much sewing are gone, too maze. You know what I mean? You have to go through too much maze and them thing then also. But guess I'm a Jamaican and I'll be supporting the team 100%. And even though I don't feel the energy, I still I come out talk reggae boys and we are deliberate when we get the information, then we drop them. Yeah. No, I'm just being cautiously optimistic. I'm tempered now, or I go about the reggae boys because every day I get older, I know. You know what, no, not name something that go up here, man. Hey, me detach myself emotionally. That's the word. And big deal are a fresh guy that man of God, big up. Don't ball to coach, ball to YouTube, ball to Google. Big deal. A man answer you never know for sure. Yeah, try girl on the thing. What me have to do with that now, big deal. What me have to do with that now? Hmm? What me have to do with the people them? People them must say they don't believe you. People want to say big deal I run joke, are in serious, I never know. Heard a bad shot, I waiting. Yeah, Eddie, we go through that long time, man. So Len, we don't have to go with by where you say we are going by no. No man, the man not have my file, man. Nah, the man not have my file. No, the man say I gonna show the information where and tag me. That is not my file. The man not have my file, man. A crafting man, yeah, Lenny, man say you're suspended from talking about reggae boys until Sunday. Len, away people they must say we are work with it. Yeah, people they run the show, you know. So we have to work with it. They don't believe that true your tax. So we have to work with that majority rule, man. We can't make it the place steal out, man. Best thing you do, guy, your bed 50 get like start them pan on a flag. Coach is this. When we did I tell you me nah we now win Gold Cup or qualify for the World Cup, you never believe. Cranky tell you from the Panama say to lower your expectation, you never listen. So how would I know if we never listen? They win a year, man. People big deal length on if you come over. Yeah, the reggae girl. He might go prove to no same no Marshall. Uno go over him. If you really believe say him know, uno don't go over him IG. If uno believe say him don't know, uno go over him IG. Him say go reveal say him know. One message when him. All right, so we drop the link, people. I drop the link. I drop the link. So whosoever will, they can just jump on and make we continue the discussion. If you Google, can't trick me. I take a picture with him by never know. All right, people. Nia is back on board. Nia Sovereign. All right, that means things sort out, Nia. So Nia change up all him name, people. Nia Sovereign Laws and Insights became a member. Big up yourself, Nia. Yeah, return to the erudite squad, you know. Big up yourself. So we have the link out, people. I mean, hey, I will Wednesday one of them there. Yeah, man, big bless up Nia. Happy things work out, you know. We say I follow a big deal. I look for company in IG. Okay. I must lie, he was telling though, cause his son who can't pass his exam. Actually, why you always not going to talk about your son and pass exam? Leave your son out of this, man. Leave your son out of this, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. The return of Stan.
Night, coach. This is a quick visit. Come and just, man, you thought me just land an hour ago.
Yeah.
I'm just coming, so I come on for a couple of minutes and come say a few words.
So what say you?
What's up?
We now waste a minute.
Well, I think part of the discussion we're having, first of all, condolences to the young man who lost his life. Just another indication of violence being something that is out of control. And young people haven't had a chance to really live yet, especially those with potential can't get to maximize their potential because somebody decided that they have the authority to cease and desist them, which is tragic, unfortunate, and something people should be having uproar about and should be really pushing to change that construct. I also want to say rest in peace to a friend of mine's son who lost his life to COVID. He's just 32 years old. So Trademark, sorry for your loss, and it's been a difficult time for him and the family. It's been a very challenging week, coach, learning about a number of different things, not in a positive light. So when I say rest in peace, my young man, and condolences to the family again. As it relates to the football, coach, we're having a lot of discussion about. I've been out of touch a little bit because, as you know, I was traveling all of this week and just got back in town. But I heard a conversation about Paul Hall, his coaching staff, selection policy, things of that nature. I do think, from what I've seen at Paul Hall, and I said this to management already, which is, you know, when we went through the first campaign we went through, which for the Gold Cup and/or for the World Cup qualifiers, Paul Hall had the responsibility to engage players who were based in the UK, and it was Whitmore's job to engage the local players. Secondly, man, you have some background noise. So I can have a whole pan you here with some music. So, so the challenging thing, coach, was, and I said, it's the management. Management, I think I get some feedback. Is that you, management? You get enough feedback, yeah. So I can drive a ladder or something. Can't tell me. So I can drive a ladder. You know what a ladder is? Before your time. Anyway. And no, you mute yourself, which is good. Maybe that's what you should do all the time.
There's a feedback.
We're good now.
Okay, good evening, ladies and plenty men.
It's not your time yet. We don't want your evening yet. You can't say your evening until you get your time. Not your time yet. Not so like cataract.
People do not believe that Cranky is at home. He doesn't have
home. I just got home.
There's no such painting at his house. You hear?
Actually, I bought this painting. I'm at my desk where I work. You know, I work part-time at home. I actually bought this painting. So when I'm at work and I click in, if I don't have a virtual for Zoom, it's in my kitchen actually as a background thing. So anyway.
So is it your office or your kitchen that you're in?
It's both. Because I don't like to use, I like to be out where I can get some light. My kitchen has light, so it's like a dining room area of the kitchen. You know, we have open concept nowadays.
Open concept.
In a kitchen,
open concept. We don't do all-time thing.
Are you in a kitchen, a dining room, or your office?
It's all three.
All in one.
Open concept management. Open concept. Back to my point before I was rudely interrupted by management. I'll say this, which is, and I said this to management previously because we spoke the other day. I haven't seen where Paul Hall recruited one player that I know of in the national team, and he's based in England. He has access, and he supposedly have good perspective on the players and the capability, and should be one of the main recruiters of players. Now, we all understand and realize that the team can't be just comprised of only overseas-based players. We want a holistic team. We want the best players. That's where they come from. But when I hear Paul Hall speak, he sounds like an extension of the JFF. He doesn't sound like an independent coach who comes in with his own perspective as to how he wants to operate. He seems like he's spreading the same narrative that they're spreading. I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I find it a little bit disconcerting for a manager or a coach to come on board. And some of the things he's espousing about, you know, what he wants to do and commitment. And I'm fine with the commitment component. I think we talked about Robbie Hurl. I think Robbie Hurl used the country, frankly. It's just one perspective. But I do want to see the football improve. I do want him to be successful. But when you come in as a coach, you have to help determine your own success. You can't just continue what has failed as the way in which you're going to determine your success. Because you're doomed to failure. The assistant coaches he had, the structure we had, the process we had, the players we had, frankly, have failed. Not saying you go get wholesale changes in any one of those areas. In fact, the JFF is the main culprit. But I do think he has to do some things a little bit different, even for different sake, to get us on the journey we're trying to get to. So my hope is that he's successful. My hope is that he has a philosophy. And my last point is the coach. I have no idea what he has done to earn the job. So when you go for a job, management, and they look at your resume, they look at two things. What's your academic qualification and what's your work experience? And when you get interviewed, they don't interview you about what you did in school, you know. They interviewed about your practical work that you have done and how that work equates to the job that they have on hand that you're trying to pursue. So it's not mainly, the accreditation is just the minimum to get you in the door, to say you have met the criteria in a theoretical environment to do something. Now, what have you done practically to suggest you can do the job going forward? I'll stop there by saying I have no idea what Paul Hall has done to do so.
Okay. Well, listen, I agree with you, Cranky, that there is no evidence that anything has changed, even the coach. Because, well, I don't know anything official. There have been statements where Paul Hall was mentioned as head coach, but I don't know if that means interim head coach or newly appointed head coach. So no appointment has been made. Now, would it be fair for him to be doing any sort of recruiting, not knowing if he's going to be the coach? Can he actually go to players and say, listen, I'm inviting you to come to play for Jamaica because I'm a coach when he has not gotten the job?
Let me stop you there 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you because I said you shouldn't interrupt me. I'm talking about when he was the assistant coach. So if I'm the assistant coach for the national program, Whitmore was the coach, I want to help Whitmore garner really talented people to play for the national team. I'd have gone to the Kai Walker Peters Van Rapp for him and gone to the Tonys. They may tell me no, but at least I would have pursued them because I had the responsibility to liaise with and engage with the European-based players or the English-based players.
Yeah, but I think given the time that he had, and I'm just giving you an next perspective, given the time that he had between the games, would it have been enough time for him to talk to the players, convince them, get the paperwork in time for the games?
Man is man. Come on.
I'm just asking.
Man is man. We pursued players who we got to come in, right?
Yeah.
All the players from League One and League Two and Championship came in. They got their papers. Pinot didn't have his papers when he played in Austria and we lost to the US. He got his papers subsequently. Yeah. So if he had gone on and helped to pursue those players, they could have gotten their papers.
No, I agree, could have, but at the same time, you figured that there was some financial barriers that were alluded to in previous statements. For example, if we are not able to go through, would it be a good to bring in all of these players? So why get players? So on that, I would say, because he has not yet officially been appointed, I will excuse the non-recruitment of players by him. So the game that we have coming up in May gives you all the opportunity. It is in Europe. It is the end of the season. And the players don't need to have known Jamaica documentation paperwork to play. So if you can't get players, if you're appointed the coach, so you have the position, and there are no restrictions or barriers, because everybody will have to fly to Europe. It probably will be cheaper for the players in England to fly to Spain than for persons to leave Jamaica, go to England, leave from England, and get to Spain. So it is cheaper to even use those in Europe. So to me, this 25th game on the 25th is going to be a bigger examination if he is appointed.
Well, you know what? He could. It's funny. I must say this. You may not like this. He probably could use an all-European-based team to play Catalonia, and do a local-based team to play a team in South America and/or in this region, right? If cost is an imperative, not imperative. If cost is a detriment or deterrent, or precludes you from going out and being able to, have a bunch of players travel long distances that going to cost a lot. Spain you can take the train to Spain if you so want to. I've done it before. You can take the train to France. You don't have to pay us money. It's cheap. They're cheap airlines.
Exactly.
Whatever it is to go to Spain to play. You can go recruit up, especially some of the young ones who we're trying to bring into the program, who we want for 2026. You could get them and bring them to go play.
Well, that's a good idea. Maybe what he could do is the JFF could probably try and arrange a game for the next week in May and then play the local or USL based players, because remember, when the English league is finished, your MLS players will not be available, and your USL, because they are still in season. So I suspect this is going to be either your local league in Jamaica, which they could take them from, will still be going on as well. So really, it's the European players you should use, and then you can play a game in the Caribbean. You can play one of the other teams in the Nation League in Pool B.
Yeah.
And use those players. And so that is why I am saying that this is a true test of his ability to recruit players. But I can't judge him because nothing has been said. And this is part of the issue. Why has it taken so long? In fact, we have a game before we have a coach.
But I do think they're not convinced about Paul Hall management. Because if they were, they would have hired him. That's how that normally works, management. So I go to solicit. You want to see all the resumes. The first thing, it's the proper due diligence, which is you want to get all the resumes you can to then give you a better chance of selecting the right person for the job. You don't want to rush to you don't want to rush to the decision, and you probably have very good candidates and very qualified candidates who have their own philosophy, who have been there, done that, and you haven't given them a chance to pursue the position because everybody's married to this whole idea that Paul Hall should be the person, and Paul Hall has no resume to suggest he should be the person. None.
I think that it is more like, for me, I think they really want him to coach the team.
Yeah.
And for me, I think they're I don't know, I have a feeling that this is a money issue. Like, what are we going to offer him? Or they have some idea as to what he wants, and they're contemplating if they should risk the money. To me, this just feel like there is a money issue.
So Robbie don't need the money. Robbie don't need the money.
Who? Rob Smith?
Robbie Earl don't need the money.
Robbie Earl wants to coach. He's interested.
I heard he's one of the candidates. No, not one of the candidates. He made an application. That's what I've heard in this program. I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh,
that's what I'm inferring from some of the conversation is that he may have applied.
Yeah, I applicants.
Yeah.
The applicants. Okay, yeah. So I don't look. I mean,
you heard that there are 3 applicants.
Yes.
Or he is an applicant.
And he's one of them.
Okay.
Look, I mean, my name is man. You're right. Nobody wants to work for peanuts, and nobody wants to work for what Whitmore. I would. You couldn't pay me to work for Whitmore would pay for, and I don't know how to.
So I think what he has done, because Paul Hall has an agent. He's a coach. Coaches at that level have agents.
Yeah.
His agent was in Jamaica. All right.
And he should be. The agent is the one who represents your financial interests, right?
Exactly. So obviously there were discussions. And those discussions, if your agent came, it means that your agent spoke to the party seeking to hire you. So it is now up to the party. And I think, given what the agent presented, I can't see how money is not the issue why it hasn't been done. They
will not get a coach cheaper than Paul Hall. Unless a locally based coach.
And I think
there's no foreign coach, man, who's going to come in. Paul Hall must have an idea what Whitmore make and accept the compensation package.
What Whitmore make?
No, what Whitmore's compensation package, right? Whatever that was. No foreign coach is going to take that package.
Oh.
None. In fact, no assistant foreign coach is going to take that package.
And the other argument to that, gentleman, is it a situation where the negotiation had to do with him possibly leaving PR?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, coach. I'm going to give up a job where I'm secure. I'm probably getting paid in pounds, so it's not dollars or Jamaican dollars, not US dollars. I'm probably making a decent compensation package. I'm not a ton of money, but good enough. My job is secured. I'm in a familiar environment. I'm taking a risk. I'm going to take lower compensation. I'm working in an organization which we all are challenged about their competence. I'm working with players who can be challenging. Now, the upside, because there's risk in life, the upside is huge. You come here, you're successful, you build on your resume, because you haven't had that coaching experience. You could propel yourself forward and get a bigger job after Jamaica, frankly.
Yeah.
But there's a huge downside to that, too.
Given his limited experience, you think you'll be able to manage both jobs?
Here's what I think, coach. Here's my position.
Nah.
Right? So Mikel Arteta, I'm going to use Mikel Arteta, came into Arsenal very inexperienced. Do I think at the time he was the best option? Definitely not. All right. Has he done good enough? Could have done
different
better.
Scenario, Mannings.
No, I know, but the point though, the principle is this. But what he has done in the time that he has there is reestablish like certain things at the club. So there is a different level of mannerism with the players. The point I'm making is that now I think it wouldn't hurt Arsenal if he moved, because they probably needed his kind of personality to get the club back from where it was headed. Right? Because maybe a next big time manager don't have the time for that. He wants to come in and buy big to win now, and then you have the root at the whole thing still messed up. So I use that to say maybe even if I think the inexperience of Paul Hall where we are at right now in the rebuilding stage is probably the best thing for us.
No, but
Because
the problem to that, man, and I agree with you on that. People are not going to get experience until they are given the chance.
Guys,
yeah,
let
that's
me,
what I'm
Right?
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
finish. Let me finish. The challenge I'm having is, will he be able to balance if he still has the QPR?
Yeah,
That's
so
what
that's
I want to know. You know?
I'm that's I'm going to get to. I'm going to get to that
so
because
I'll jump in when you finish.
yeah,
Sorry.
because I think because we are rebuilding and we are lacking in resource, I think he is the right person because we will not be able to afford anyone who has a next option. So get him in. And if he excels at Queen's Park Rangers and going up the food chain, he probably can, walk away because, he has something to go back to. I think if you take him from his Queen's Park position full time to put him here, you're not going to be able to give him, and he exposes himself to the risk of being fired with nothing to fall back onto. So I am taking the Jamaica job because it is rebuilding, keeping my Queen's Park job, and probably negotiate for a lower salary.
Why is
But will he be able to give the that, would he be able to give, being that we're in a reading state, would he be able to give 110%?
so let
So
me
Let me hear
it
Crunchy.
makes sense
so
because a man have
okay.
go secure himself.
So a couple of things. One is it's very rare in this arena where an assistant coach get elevated. Normally, what happens when the coach get fired? The interim manager come in as a caretaker manager until they find somebody who they think can do the job. The analogy with Mikel Arteta is not equivalent because, first of all, he was a Premier League player with a number of teams, well regarded. There are a lot of players who we have coached who have extolled his virtues and talk about how great he is. You talk about the Sterlings of the world, even Ceballos who went back to Spain, they all talk about how good a coach he was. He also was highly recommended by Pep. And a lot of players will tell you that he was key to their development versus Pep per se. So he had and he also was interviewed initially before Emery came on board. But Emery's resume plus his plan for the team, plus his knowledge of players was much better than Arteta. That's why he got the job, right? So he got the job. He came in, man, he won the FA Cup, and the rest is history in terms of what you said. I don't see where Paul Hall's resume is equivalent. What does Paul Hall do at QPR? What level has Paul Hall coached to be given the national program to coach for a country that has World Cup aspirations? What is on his resume to show that he has coached, developed players, construct a program, manage players, manage a team, get positive results? What has he done for anyone to say, you know what? Yes, his resume is on the trajectory. We have seen his body of work. He may not have, the success may not have been magnificent, but it was good enough to say, you know what? Yes, we can see the potential, and he can move the program forward. What has he done? And if we use QPR as the example, they've been in the championship since they got left the Premier League for a while now.
Yeah,
I don't see progress of QPR.
But Frankie, Crystal Palace have several QPR players. Crystal Palace have produced some of the top youth players in England in the last 8 years.
With Paul Hall, because Elisa was wait. Elisa was from another club.
No,
Eze came to the Arsenal package. Management, I'm not guessing these things in the management.
I'm not saying a guessing. So watch this.
Okay.
If you say QPR has not been in the Premier League, and you're going to use that to measure.
No. The point I'm making is this, which is I don't see what his body of work is. Look, he may do a fantastic job. And as I said at the outset of this, I want him to be successful. But if I'm the JFF evaluating candidates and take money off the table, I want candidates that does two things. One is the requisite qualification, what licenses they need to have. And two is a body of work that suggests to me that they will be able to be successful because they've been experiences, man, in life, whatever you do, experience is the key. Experience is key, just like your potential, just like your academic qualifications.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think one of the persons said something earlier that I kind of agree with. How do we, if it is based on experience, how will that brilliant mind, full of talent, youngster,
Yeah.
graduate with honors, coming out of university, get a job?
If man is man.
No, I'm asking you.
You have a company.
Be very careful because you have a lot of college students in here listening to something.
Okay, man is man. So this is Man is Man Incorporated. And the CEO of Man is Man Company is going to be a first-year college student just graduate honors. And Man is Man has 3 or 4 hierarchy in his organization. How can that person just leave school, become the head of the organization? Now, it's not exactly equivalent because he does have some experience helping to develop players. But how does that person with no experience in the job have no idea what the practical work looks like, has no idea how to manage certain challenging situations, come and run the program? There's a difference between an entry-level job, which probably could be like an assistant. In fact, most people you see like in NBA management, they start as video analysts. They cut the video first. They learn the concept of how it should work. They move up to like trainer. They move up to like assistant coach, and then they get the job. There's a progression that's made.
But what I'm saying, Crank, is that you don't know the expanse of his work at Queen's Park. Maybe he was.
No, I don't. A fair point. Right. I don't.
He could have. What if he's the person who writes the programs for the youth development there?
He can't come coach man. He can't come coach my country. Sorry.
Huh?
He can't write program. And he can't come and coach a national team with Gold World Cup aspirations. It's a national team. This is not some USL team. It's a national team. I would believe that we're better than we really are. So is he making it even worse? I don't see Mannings, man.
I hear you, but I think there are times when, because of where you are, to get the experienced person on your budget, is an issue. So you probably have to select the inexperienced person with the great vision and the potential. So maybe they're hiring him because he has such great, which is what, like I said, Arsenal did. The problem Arsenal had is that to get some of the top managers, it would have been huge salaries and greater demands. So they took someone with the potential of becoming a top manager, less money, and know that it's a longer path to the same thing. I am saying that because we are rebuilding now, all right? It's not like we have started the campaign because this World Cup has not been played yet. You still have 2 years, right, before the major part of your World Cup campaign start. So you could still give him 2 years to build and use that to measure him, because it would not be too late if he's failing after 2 years to bring in experience, because by then you'd have stabilized your finances to go for someone at the highest rank. That's how I think it has to work, and still allow him to do his Queen Spark thing. That way, they're paying 40% of his salary. You pay 60 for the month.
Man. Me never hear about no company. Man, you tell me which company you know? Real company, and not side thing. Well, our person we have 2 jobs, man.
Well, maybe we're not dealing with a real company.
You can't work at every company and do a side job now. But which one is your main job? If you're really in a first-class organization, that doesn't allow. In fact, they preclude you from doing so. In fact, you have to report in who you work for. You work apart from them, and I don't see how you work for. I know, man, this has been discussed before, actually. Yeah. The concept of a coach working for a national team, which doesn't have the frequency of games like a club does, that has been discussed and debunked in a lot of circles to basically say, you know what, it won't work. I think Martinez, that was brought up about Martinez in Belgium when there's some job that came available in the Premier League and say, you know what, you could do both jobs. And Belgium says, no, we're not doing. Companies are saying, you know what?
You know what is funny? You know that Cameroon, Senegal, which Ghana, all of those teams had inexperienced coaches when they started out.
Yeah, so I think Cameroon was an ex-player.
Right. Same thing with Senegal.
Yeah. And we do have some of those situations.
all inexperienced.
But some of those people have been running national programs forever.
But Paul Hall has been around the national program for a very long time.
Wait, I'm not finished, man. I'm not finished. Program forever. They probably help to recruit. They probably help to build a program. They probably have a body of work which suggests that they're ready to get elevated. Doesn't mean if you're an assistant coach, you can't show enough body of work to say, you know what, you should be considered for the job. Because part of the management is how you run coaching sessions for the team, how you engage with the general public, how you engage with the organization. That's all part of the repertoire of things that you need to do.
But
to demonstrate.
don't you think he's doing a pretty decent job in that department?
I don't know, but he's espousing the JFF's views on a bunch of different things. His record in the World Cup qualifiers, even though it may not be his fault, have been stellar. His verbiage is, as I said to management, I don't see him recruit any player when he's assistant coach. His perspective on certain things, I scratch my head what he's talking about. He sounds like he's the JFF mouthpiece. Then Paul Hall, what I expected, given is his exposure to Jamaica, but also to environment outside of Jamaica. So,
all right, so Cranky. So yeah. I am in Buffalo, right? I see you in real life, right? And I say, listen, I need a job. I can do this job. You give me a job, right? But I'm on probation. And you come on this platform the following week and you say, hey, Coach means he's a joker. All right. And they ask me, right? Remember, I'm on probation. Hey, listen, Cranky says Coach means he's a joker. Management, what do you think? Well, you know what I'm going to answer? Well, if Cranky says Coach means he's a joker, Coach Minzy is a joker. But when I get the job and I sign the contract, I'm going to say, listen, I mean, that's Ian Cranky's business. Go and talk to him about it. So what you say sometimes has to do with the position that you're in.
No, management, I don't disagree with you. If he had said this to me, look, my job when I get in the role is, you're not talking about his management. I'm going to canvas the world for talent, but I do believe we have to really work to develop the program in Jamaica. They're not mutually exclusive. They're all meant to develop the best players to play for the national team. I haven't heard that. What I heard about commitment, and we want the Jamaican players in the team, and we have to have locally developed players in the team. I haven't heard them say, you know what, I want to develop players so they can compete at the highest level, and the team is going to be based on meritocracy. I haven't heard that. It's not contrary to what the JFF is saying. It's just a better way of providing a perspective as to where we're trying to go as a country.
Hasn't he said, though, I'm sure that I've heard him say that the best players are going to play?
You know what, maybe I missed that. What I'm getting from him is more around saying what the JFF is saying and what Speed is saying, frankly.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm getting.
Yeah. All right. This is what Neo is saying. Given our situation and insistence that we're an experienced coach that costs enough dollars during this non-work qualifying stage seems unrealistic.
Okay, so
this is what I'm saying. 2 years. Yeah.
There's nothing in this discourse that says this. Nothing I've said says this. What I'm talking about is Paul Hall's resume that justify him getting the job. Nothing about experienced coach. Nothing about the cost of such coach. I have said none to this. My focus on Paul Hall, which is what I've seen, what I've heard. I am curious as to how the JFF will make its ultimate decision.
What you know what I want to ask you, Cranky?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you. What is it that you would have preferred to have seen or heard?
So
we have been convinced. If you saw, what would you be convinced of if you saw? Or what would make you convinced if you saw?
I would have wanted a coach that has some experience, not necessarily the best coach, but some experience to show that, you know what, they've been in the trenches, they've done it. He's had some experience, not the best experience, frankly. So I can't judge him based on experience because he got a team in a very difficult situation. And frankly, we haven't done well. Secondly, he's a good communicator, but I'm challenged sometimes what comes out of his mouth, frankly. You can communicate well, but I don't want you to espouse the views of the organization, who a lot of people don't, frankly, have a good perspective on. Let me know what your thought process is. Maybe that's his own thought process. Maybe he's aligned with them. I don't know. And third, don't tell me you're going to do a job with QPR and do a job with Jamaica. Cross-continental. That doesn't work.
But Cranky, but in wisdom, right? what is the wisest thing to do? If he's trying to get the job and he's not aligned with them, would they give him? If he came out communicating the opposite of everything the federation is saying, you think he would still apply for the job?
Man is man in
No.
life. Man is man.
No.
No, man is man. Before man is man, you don't have to say. You don't have to be contrary to the federation. You can say things which basically means nothing, man is man, but get you out of trouble. Here's an example. If I assume the position of the national coach, I'm going to make sure it's a meritocracy-based organization, construct we put in place, one is developing footballers in Jamaica so they can compete at a world-class level, one that's going out and sourcing the best players we can get externally, one is going to have a philosophy where we blend the players together, it's cohesive, we collate, we communicate, we engage. But I want to build a team environment.
But wouldn't you say that he did that though, given the team that you saw the last time? Let's talk about merit.
Yeah.
Whatever reason, I don't know. All right. Did you see O'Neal Fisher, Alvas Powell, Junior Fleming, Javon East, Corey Burke, all of these guys? And he brought in the player who scored the most goal, even if I don't think he's good, the player who scored the most goal in the Premier League, that's merit. Right? One of the best wingers, that's on merit. So by merit, no, watch it. Even if you don't think they are good, we're talking about selection on merit.
I keep telling people this. Stop that merit stuff telling me I'm playing this league where the competition is not the greatest.
No.
Don't Costa Rica League.
No, man.
APL League.
No, here's what I'm saying to Cranky. All right? You're saying that you want him to establish that he's dealing with things on merit.
Yes.
Make that clear. I am saying by the selection of the squad that I've seen from him, I could cite examples to say, obviously, he didn't select that player because they were a part of the core or a part of the group, right? He dropped them and he played, even if the players were not playing in the highest league, but they were on the best form, and he selected them, even if he meant he would have lost the game. I could use that to say that's selecting based on merit, and based on that, I expect going forward, he's going to apply that same principle.
So we could debate this all night, and I would give the opposite. He should make a bunch of local players to show the JFF that he will bring local players into the squad, give them exposure, can get contract. I could go the different route, man, and we end up we both are different. We all of it is about how this works, right? That's what his thought process was, so I can't infer what his thought process was.
Yeah, Coach Minzy. Look like Coach is frozen, because my point is, if we're going to use merit, he dropped players. he dropped players. He dropped players and he selected other players. That to me is saying that he is willing to choose players based on their performance. He put people on bench, right? He put people on the bench who would have started or who have started and played new players. For example, Lamar Walker was a regular starter. He could have started Lamar Walker, but he played other players on merit. That's the point I'm making.
Man. Those merit players you're talking about didn't do well. Green didn't do well.
Fine.
Did well.
No. And listen, even if the players didn't do well, because listen, he could still go and select Ivan Toney and merit, and he doesn't do well. So management. There's a difference, management. Look, Cranky, let me finish, Cranky. What I'm saying is that the coach doesn't control how well the player looks on the field. Most times, that's up to the player. What the coach controls is selection based on merit. Wherever you are, if you are available and you are the best player in your position, I'm going to select you. And based on what I've seen, I have more reason to believe that that is how we did his selection than having some sort of bias or leaning to one specific area.
So you say he sat down. So let me hear this. I don't know. Start part right now. I mean, me speaking spooky. I don't know when.
I'm sure tattoo, you know.
I don't know when.
I mean the white shirt, Manins. I mean the white shirt.
Oh yeah.
Where did him get him information from to make an informed view of the ability of those players? Did he go and watch all these PL League over a sustained period of time to then say a Green or the center forward or Jimenez and all of those players should be part of the team? Did he have that time when he was at QPR, was watching them remotely, watch YouTube? What was he watching? He watching Sportsmax, like I do sometimes? What was he watching to get that intelligence to then say, I'm selecting these players, Mannings man? Or was he prodded? Was he nudged to say, you know what, this person should be the team? That's my point, Mannings man.
But you don't know that.
Mannings man. Let's be genuine here. You think he had all the time on his disposal to watch all these players play and then say, you know what, they're good enough?
So couldn't the same thing to be said in England? Because England is such a big place. Where will he have time to watch all the players playing in all around England?
Man, he must select no English player. Man, we didn't talk about this. He hasn't recruited any English player that I know of. Not one. Man, he lives in England. He lives in England
But he
forever.
went to JPL games, you know.
Man. He
No, I'm
know about JPL players and English players because he ain't select no English players. So,
But he went to JP. No, he select English players.
no. The difference between select and recruit. How many English players did he recruit?
No, because you said select first.
No, so him recruit JPL players, right? We gotta watch him a couple of games and recruit them because he bring them to the team, so he recruited them.
Yeah.
How much English players he recruit?
Where in England does Paula live? Because say that he lives in Birmingham. He may not have been able to travel to London to watch any games.
Man. You think at Jamaica the man live? You can take the train and go up north.
But remember, he's
We
still
can't get in England, man.
all I'm saying is that he's at Queen's Park, right? Queen's Park Rangers,
Yeah.
right? Queen's Park is
In London.
in London. All right. So let's assume he's in London. He has a Queen's Park game on this Saturday. When is he going to leave to go and watch the other players? All I'm saying is that when he comes to Jamaica, though, he could go to a game because he's on his Jamaican duty, right? So the point I'm making is that he may have at least had the opportunity to watch these players. Maybe he didn't see enough, but based on what he was told, he added what he was told to what he saw. Now that he has a longer time over in England, if he's given the job, I think he needs to actually watch the players or watch tapes of them.
Look, you and I at some future point in time we'll talk about recruiting. We'll talk about this.
Well, Cranky, we have a call on the line. Balakar, what say you?
God
what
have
you add
mercy.
into this conversation?
Stan Cranky, Mannings man.
Bless up, Bala, bro.
Mess up Balakar.
Stan Cranky, what me over here in the talk, you know, like, we say, like, ready for the national team or what?
No, I'm saying that Balakar, when you go for a job as a plumber Balakar or a teacher Balakar, they look at your resume and they say, where have you taught before? What subject have you taught? They look at your academic accomplishment and then your experience. And my question is, people may think I'm knocking Paul Hall. I'm not. I'm just saying, how can the JFF make a really good evaluation of a candidate when the candidate doesn't seem to have the experience to justify what's required for the position? That's all my question is. He has the academic accomplishment, which is the FIFA, the UEFA license, but I haven't seen the work on the field or the work of managing a team, because coaching a team and managing a team are two different things, you know. You got to manage people and personalities and players and difficult situations and strategize within games.
Who was the last person we had in Jamaica's football who did that at the senior level? The last team manager.
What do you mean?
You say coaching a team is different from managing a team.
No, what I mean is that
I'm asking you, which one of the last 6 coaches that we have you think was
I shouldn't say that different. They're a combination, right? Because if you're the overall responsible for the team, not that you delegate the coaching responsibilities to your assistants, right? But some managers also coach. So you're coaching the player and managing the player. And sometimes those require different attributes, similar attributes, but different attributes. What I'm trying to tell management why he's not playing today, I'm trying to appease him, make him feel part of the team. What I'm trying to manage his personalities and how we engage other players. When I'm trying to position him and engage him and mentor him, that's not the same as me telling him how to move off the ball or move into space or play within my system. They're not the same. They're not mutually exclusive, but they're not exactly the same. So some coaches are brilliant coaches and they're always assistant coaches. And some people have the holistic package to be a coach and a manager.
Is Mikel Jose Marina, is he a coach and a manager?
I think Jose at this point is mainly a manager. There's a bunch of assistants who does a lot of work for him. Ferguson in his later years was all managing. Ferguson ain't doing no coaching. Didn't you hear the guy say Fortune was never on the field? They rarely ever see him on the field. He's not coaching. He's managing.
So Marina is a manager.
Marina was a coach for a lot of time. I think nowadays he's a Roma now. I think he's more of a manager than a coach. He motivates. He inspires. He provides guidance. He maybe do a lot of observing and provide perspective, but he's not on the coach running the. A lot of times, it's assistants who run the day-to-day stuff that you do.
Question for you, Cranky. What qualified Gerrard and Lampard to manage Chelsea and Rangers?
Nothing. That's why Lampard is struggling wherever he goes to.
Why are you?
Relegate Everton.
Why you had to use Lampard? Why you never use Gerrard?
Wait. Back
No,
up.
The
man gave you two names.
Oh.
So let me go Gerrard. Let me go Gerrard. So let me go. Good point, man. Man. Wait. So here's the thing. So Gerrard got his license, and when you have people like Gerrard's statue, Lampard, Gerrard, Henry, Zinedine Zidane, sometimes you get those opportunities just because of what you've accomplished at the highest level, and believe that you can translate that to the players. But Henry but it's a hit and miss. Half of them are not successful. Sometimes some are, but most time they're less successful than they really are successful. The best players. BRP. That's a great point, actually. Look. I think you may think that I'm knocking Paul Hall, and I wanted to. I just want Paul Hall. Look, I want all these messages to get to Paul Hall, which is we're hearing you. You're being evaluated by thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. Because when you're a manager, everybody has a view, right? So I have my view, and I do think he comes across really well with the media, which our prior coach didn't. But I do think I hear him say some things which I scratch my head and say, really? And I still haven't seen the resume to say, you know what? He's had some difficult times. He's managed through them as a manager. If you're a coach for the national team, man, and you agree with some of the African teams, man. Problem in Africa was they normally went to Europe to get their coaches. And I think they realized that they pay for a lot and they're not getting the return on their money. So they've gone more local. Look at the African team. There's always some Caucasian they get from Europe to come coach.
Yeah, well, that is true.
And over time, you see more and more local players be given a chance. But those players also play at the highest level for that national team and play at the highest level sometime in Europe. So they believe those skill sets would help them, but they still haven't had the body of work in coaching sometimes to do really well. So I don't want the audience to think that, you know what?
So
you just don't want Paul to be the coach.
So let me ask you a question. Would you give Robbie Earl a job?
Hell no.
Based on what? Based on experience?
So Robbie Earl, look, sometimes people will leave the studio or leave the team, like a Jason Kidd in basketball, for example, right? Don't use Nash for New Jersey as an example because they say he can't coach. But sometimes a person's intellect and how they think come across in a public forum like Robbie does. And if he can translate that to the field, that's great. But frankly, man, Phil Neville is another example, who's a brilliant pundit, but has failed miserably. And more importantly, I haven't heard where Robbie Hall has ever coached anyone, any place. So it goes back to the same Paul Hall comment, which is at least Paul Hall.
This is such a funny thing because they are coaches, though. Because, like I said, some will fail, some will excel, and it depends on where you learn your craft. Because Patrick Vieira, he had his struggles, and coaches will, but he has come on.
Management. Patrick spent his time and invested in time, right? He did so at Man City. He came to New York, do it. He went to Nice, do it. And now he got a chance to QPR. And frankly, a lot of people didn't think he should have gotten the Crystal Palace job. But I don't think his body of work showed the success that they wanted to achieve. But some people believe that the strategy he employs would have helped him to be successful. So don't disagree with you. Look, as you said, Gerrard, which I skipped, maybe purposely. Gerrard, he's always been a captain material. He's always been a leader of men, right? For me, he was a young kid at Liverpool, not when he was just a senior player. So he's always been viewed in that light. Whether he's playing for England or playing for Liverpool. He went to a Rangers team which struggled to beat Celtics for years, and he was very, very successful. But Mansman, I can tell you, because I listen to a lot of English pundits, a lot of people challenge as to how he got the ability, was the Aston Villa job too big for him? That's the question being asked. Now, they've done okay, Mansman. They have hit the ball off the cover, and they have spent money, and they have good players. So I'm not sure Gerrard is a good example to use, because even though he was successful at Rangers, and they said it's a championship league, in the Scottish league, when he's now gone to Villa, where you have stepped up with the big boys, he's done okay, but he hasn't been exceptional. But you're right. He's a story one could say, you know what, he's been given opportunities, but also, Manisman, certain people are going to get those opportunities, right? Their pedigree, Zinedine Zidane is a perfect example. A lot of people don't respect his manager or coaching ability, but he's won, 4 Champions League? And they still challenge his ability and say, you know what, it was mainly the players, not him. So,
who is the coach? Who is the coach at Barcelona?
Question for you again, Frank. Caller, welcome. You're live.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Xavi.
If you're familiar with the story of Hansi Flick, prior to managing Bayern Munich, Hansi Flick managed 3rd division of German league, where I think he was the coach there for 4 years. Couldn't even make it to the 2nd division. Which he went to Germany and was the assistant coach for Joachim Löw. To Bayern as the assistant coach for about 4 months before the sack. And he took Bayern to the Champions League. And he's now managing Germany, and I don't think he has lost a match as yet. So there is, if Bayern was to say, oh, look at Hansi Flick record, I think at Tottenham his win rate was like 40-something%. Now, for Bayern Munich, that is expected Champions League or compete in the Champions League every year. There's no way they would have taken a manager that averages 40-something win percent in the.
So I don't go check the facts. I don't think you're right on some of your facts there, but let me just answer first. I don't think you're right.
No, we can check. So
I'm not sure you're right because it was well regarded when he got
joining Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
His only coaching job was he was assistant coach at RB Salzburg and assistant coach at Germany. We can check it. And from Germany, he went to Bayern. Then, when they fired Kovac, he became the head coach.
He's checking it, Carla.
First of all, anybody's man can Bayern and then win the Bundesliga. Me and you, man can coach Bayern and then win the Bundesliga. Let me just say that. And I'm not being facetious.
Can you coach Bayern to win the Champions League?
Pep went to Bayern. He won it 3 times. He never won the Champions League. Right? The guy who came after him won the Champions League. Look, Bayern buy out all the best players in England. Dortmund get all the young players and sell them on. It's a one-team league, frankly. But we'll get to your point because I don't know.
Is that it can be done. It can be done.
No, we're not saying it can't be done, you know. My point out Gerrard, who won in Scotland, like saying you won League One. So I'm not
and Xavi's a young coach, inexperienced, and he's doing well enough at Barcelona.
Also saying Zidane, what Zidane had.
Man is man. Bayern got knocked out of the Champions League by Villarreal. Case, I'm done. I rest my case. They lost to Villarreal in Champions League. I rest my case.
I can't believe you. So are you going to use that to measure the coach?
Man. No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm refuting the argument. Man. This is man. Bayern winning the Bundesliga is not a story. Okay. Bayern it's only about Champions League that Bayern cares about. It's not Bundesliga, and they failed. They lost. But even the qualifier, they were struggling. I think they lost to Ajax, one of those teams when they were going to the process.
Wasn't Real Madrid Zidane's first coaching job?
Yes.
Yeah, man, I think so.
Right.
It was, but he was an icon. Oh, and secondly, go read up Zidane's resume and the perspective on him, which is they won.
What did his resume? No, I'm not talking his resume when he got the job and what he did.
He had no resume. He coached a B team. That's how he came through.
The B team.
Yeah, he coached the B team.
For
Yeah.
how long though? How long could he have coached the B team?
I don't think it was a very, very long time. But man, here's the thing what happened.
Even with the beam, his win percentage wasn't even about 50%.
Man, listen to this. Guys, listen to this. Listen to me clearly. So you have a manager for a very, very good team, right? It's not working out. They fire the manager midstream. So wait, listen to me. They fire the manager midstream. You come in, you do an excellent job, and say, you know what? You win the Champions League, I'm going to keep you. How is that different from the kid from Chelsea? What was his name at Chelsea who won the Champions League and he got fired the next year? He took
Avram Grant.
I forgot who took over from.
No, not Avram Grant, man.
Avram Grant.
It's not Grant.
He's not Grant.
He was a player.
Oh, the other one. Him there.
He was a player.
He was a player. Yes.
Yeah.
He took over mid-year, won the Champions League. He get fired the next year. So that happens, man. These are aberrations. They're not normal.
Di Matteo.
Exactly. These things happen.
Yeah.
They happen. They're not the norm. They're not average. They're one-off situations. I'm trying to find answers because I don't think he's right about the percentage. He's a well-regarded coach. I'm telling you that. I knew he was a well-regarded coach. I don't have all his history.
But what I'm saying to Cranky, Xavi, what was his coaching experience? He's at Barcelona and he's doing well. So my point is there are persons, there are occasions or situations where, like a Paul Hall, someone can come in with inexperience, but because of their ceiling and potential, they can really get you to a particular level, and then after that you can transplant the whole organization, get somebody else. But I think in rebuilding you need like somebody like a Paul Hall who is an affordable option, a good, like you can see that he's a good people person, a player-centered kind of a coach to bring you through this phase. And I like what Neo said. Why invest your major monies now in terms of coaching and all of that when you're not even in the next World Cup cycle? Bring in this coach. Maybe he can bring you there. And if he can't, you have at least 2 years to measure him. But I think give him a chance and go from there. That is my perspective still. Like I have no criticism for him because I have nothing to say that, you know what, he didn't do this well. Given what he was given, I think he has done well enough. And I don't see why he needed to have done any recruiting, seeing that he never had any guarantees of getting the job.
No. I disagree with you on the recruiting part. I think everybody in that national program should be recruiting. I think every player in that program should be recruit. Well, I say recruit for your own position, but I think all of them have responsibility to help bring players to part of the program. And if you're a coach in the program, you should. I don't
know that the team was set up. It was conducive to the assistant coach doing any sort of recruitment.
If I say he's management, you know what, Whitmore? Is Whitmore's confident, or should have been Whitmore's confident? Whitmore have these 3 players in England, excellent players, who I think you should engage with them, talk to them, and see if they would be interested. You and I can talk because I'm the liaison with England. I think you should think about bringing them to the program. I haven't heard. Look, that could have happened, management, but I haven't heard anything in any call in any shape say did any of that.
Coach, put up what Broop.
Yeah, welcome, Neo.
Broop, so tell
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Neo,
respect, coach.
Yeah, man.
Yes, I get the sense that my perspective is not what you see, but I've never part of the herd anyway. So.
This one is for you, Kirky. You need to read it.
Yeah. No. I just want to have a working experience. So, I have a question for you, Neo. You just joined Neo.
Come on.
You want an experienced lawyer? No, not experience. You are in the role you're in. You want someone to assist you in cases that you're working on, but that person needs to have certain expertise and certain experience to been there, done that. Right? They're a trial lawyer. You're gonna hire someone right out of school to take that role, where you need to have not only the intellectual ability to do something, but also been there, done so, trying these cases, being in the courtroom, engaging with jurors, engaging with judges, understand the courtroom operate. It's going to take somebody off the street who just come to college to be in that role?
You know, it is a very it's a very cool analogy, and let me tell you why. Actually, during law school, many of the times you get hired as a summer associate in your second year or your third year, and they take you to a law firm. And if you're lucky, you get hired to a big law firm, and they pay you a lot of money during the summer, and you feel like, wow, I hope I get this job. If you do well, they'll keep you. The thing is, when they take you there, you're green. You don't really know anything. But what they do know is that they can work you to death, right? So you come there without the experience. They know that they're not relying on you to go to court and maybe argue a case, but they know that they can tell you, listen, research this. Don't come out the library or don't get off the computer until you tell me the answer for this. And basically, they know for that period during the summer that they're going to really work you very hard, and you'll either make it or you won't. If you work hard and you produce the results and you answer all your questions, and if they like you and take a drinking, they'll probably hire you. So to answer your question, I think Paul Hall is in that situation right now where, basically he is our nation's league associate. He's going to be the coach for this period where, the truth is, I mean, if he has a disastrous nation's league, and if his friendlies are very bad and there is no improvement, unfortunately for him, the drums will start beating for him to be replaced, even though I think to an extent that will be unfair. But I think we can hedge our bets and say we need a very experienced coach. If we had a very experienced coach, it's possible that we would be arguing we need somebody who knows the team and somebody who knows the players, right? So it's a very tricky situation, and I think that at this moment in time, he is the right person at the right time, because if we had a very experienced coach, we'd be probably paying him a lot of money that the JFF say they don't have. I don't know. Sometimes they tell us that they have money. So I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Cranky, and I understand your analogy. But I think this is a unique situation, and I say let's give him a shot.
Something. When you have an experienced coach, I don't want to know the players. I want to evaluate them from scratch, because if he knows about a relationship, that's something that is conflicted in terms of what we heard about the prior coach, right? So if he comes in with a clean slate, everybody have a level playing field to work from. There is no bias in the assessment process. I would love for that to happen. Now, does he have the body of examples in terms of practice matches and or friendlies to help that valuation process? But he would also look at them in their club teams. He reviewed tapes of them. So he'll have information to assess them independently. That's probably what we should be looking for.
Right. I mean, I hear that. And certainly there are advantages to that.
Yeah.
But again, there are advantages to having someone there who knows the team, who are familiar with the guy. I think it's curious that in the last World Cup match, he was in a situation where he was basically saying, listen, a lot of you guys from, as coach would say, the parish of UK, you didn't turn up. And I'm going to bring on these players, these local players. He didn't live up to your commitment. And he found himself in a situation where he's also from the parish of the United Kingdom. And some of the people perhaps let him down. So, I mean, that put him in a very strange situation. On the other hand, it's, if it was a brand new coach, would those guys have let him down too? I don't think that. I mean, would those guys have not turned up as well? Would they have let that coach down? I don't think it was Paul Hall's fault. I think it was the situation that we found ourselves in, where we were certain that we were not going to qualify, and a lot of us felt disappointed and let down, and some of those players probably did feel that way too.
So here's my view, Neil. I would say it's about Paul Hall. I'm not going to fight him on the commitment issue. But I would say to him, which is there are some competitions you will not be excused from, and if you're injured, you have to turn up. or someone be part of my program, Nation League, Gold Cup, World Cup qualifiers, you can skip friendlies because players do that sometimes, right? For different reasons.
Yep.
Because sometimes friendlies is to evaluate you or have the continuity and the camaraderie. But there's some things you won't be excused from. And I don't want you telling me you have to go on vacation, you have a long season. We try to work around that because that's something that can burn out players also. But you can't just make it up your own volition, you're not turning up. That doesn't work. Right? So there's some competition which, given the nature of what they are, they help with your rankings, they help your positioning, they help to build a program that you're obligated to turn up for. And if you don't, we gotta think about alternative instead of you and who you are. I have no problem with that.
Right.
But I don't want a commitment to be this whole concept of, you know what, if you're non-local developed, that you're not committed. I don't want that to be the case. I want your action to speak louder than your words, basically.
Here's what I would do, Stanley. Because I hear your concern and they're genuine. I still believe that we could give Paul Hall the job. And what I'll do is just say, listen, here's what. We're going to evaluate you after a year, which I think every organization would do. After a year, evaluate. And with the expectation that we will generate some more funds where we can probably bring in a technical director for the program. That person, I think, should be the person with experience who has probably led a team to the World Cup and led a team in the World Cup. That's where I'd find my experience. And that person is not just responsible for the national team, but responsible, because one of the things I don't like about this Paul Hall thing, the one thing I don't like is that it seems like the focus will be on him having a role in football at every level. That to me is a little bit too much given the kind of work that needs to be done with the senior team. I think give him a 1 year and say, listen, focus on the senior team, build it, see how we can improve in the ranking. We will evaluate you and we may look to add a technical director. This technical director, I think, should be someone, like I said, who has led a couple of nations to the World Cup or has coached in the World Cup at that level, has won some sort of a tournament. And then that person is not just responsible for the national team, but they are responsible to creating the developmental plan for the nation's football up to 2026.
So, management, yes and no. Twofold, which is what you're suggesting needs money. If you want somebody who's done at level, you got to pay them. And we don't have that. Optimally, what you'd want.
1 year. After 1 year, you can save up some money.
No, but see, if I'm Paul Hall, I'm not taking a 1 year contract. There's no way I'm taking a 1 year contract.
It's 2 years, but we're going to evaluate you after 1 year to see if we need to add a technical director.
Yeah, well, with more to make 10 cents an hour, you can't even pay him when him contract end early. You couldn't pay him off, and you want to take Paul Hall, you probably gonna make more money. And after 1 year, him fail, you pay him. No,
it's curious. This discussion that you guys are having is curious. The reason is, or interesting, I should say. The reason is, I'm going to go back to Rene Simoes, right? So Rene Simoes, he was technical director and head coach at the same time, right? I believe so.
My understanding is that he didn't do too much as technical director until developing local football.
Right.
He may not be the best example.
Okay, so well, let me tell you why I brought up Rene Simoes. So management said we want somebody who has experience in winning competitions and going to the World Cup. My recollection is that Rene Simoes really didn't have that experience. He had never qualified a team for the World Cup. He was in and around football. I'm not quite sure what the extent of his experience was. I heard somebody allege that, in fact, he wasn't really doing football when they found him. Nevertheless, the difference is that when Rene Simoes came, Captain Burrell made sure that the JFF and all of its management might was behind Rene Simoes. There was no division there. They supported him. The private sector supported him. Rene Simoes was able to capture the imagination of the country and inspire people. And so I think, in addition to that, when Coach interviewed Rene Simoes, the one thing he did say about Paul Hall was that every step of the way, Paul Hall would ask him very serious questions about why he did things the way he did them. He wanted to learn while he was a player what it meant to be a coach, and so I just wanted to put that out there to say it is very interesting.
So I know we have been Paul Hall dead. I want to probably pivot from the subject.
Mhm.
But if you have been interested in being a coach since you were in your 20s, I know Paul Hall was about 50. It's been a while now.
He doesn't look that old.
And you have, I mean, that's a long period of time between your early 20s to 20, 30 years, and you still haven't coached any team of substance at a significant level. Is it that you want to be a coach or you want to be a technical director? I'm not sure if that really helps with the argument.
Cranky, I mean, some people would say that, for reasons, there are reasons why, as a black coach in England, why he may not really have reached where he wanted to be in terms of the team that he wanted to coach. I don't know exactly how hard he was trying to be a coach, and whether or not he perhaps should have been further along. I don't know of many other black coaches, especially coaches of Jamaican descent, that have probably got.
Darren Moore is a good coach. Is supposed to be a good coach,
right? And I agree with you. I agree on that. I'm just saying I don't know, with the exception of Darren Moore, and is there another one? Can't remember his name. I can't really say that there are many more of them who have actually climbed, that ladder.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that I listen. I'm right there with you. I understand what you're saying, and I'm tempted to hedge my bets and say, you know what? I think we should have a more experienced coach, which would actually set me up in the event that Paul Hall really didn't really bring us the victories we want. I could say, well, I told you guys, we needed a more experienced coach. So I mean, I get that, and it's a very solid point. But I think, Mazel tov, he's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and look, the problem I have with some of this is the money issue we've talked about. Am I hiring you because I don't have money and I can't do any better? It sounds really bad saying it that way, but that seems to be part of the challenge that we're facing as a country, which is we don't have the resources to go out and really do a thorough search and identify the best candidate for the role, right? I don't care who the person is for the role, so long as I think that they have the capability, they have some experience, they have the accreditation to go out and help us to be. The whole thing in a management and Neo is to be successful, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of all of this. Who give us the best chance to be successful? And he's also tainted by being part of the regime. It may have been Whitmore as the head of the program, but and sometimes assistant coaches don't have the influence they should. But I can tell you, Arteta got a lot of kudos being part of Guardiola's team, independent of Guardiola. I don't hear Paul Hall was getting those same kudos by maybe the players gave him to hear about it. But I don't hear them say, you know what, Paul Hall is great in training. Paul Hall did this for us. Arteta was getting all of those. Even now, Ceballos, who's at Real Madrid, when he went back, said this about Arteta, which is a very, very good manager.
Yeah, but Cranky, we have to also understand context. I think the truth is, for us on the outside looking in, the context of the team was so toxic that it looked like nobody was even talking to anybody at training. You just kind of get that feeling like things weren't comfortably enough that anybody would come out and say, well, Coach Hall or no. I think with the Manchester City with Pep and Arteta, the recruitment of Arteta was really Pep who brought him on. And they made a big deal out of that. And so he was there. You didn't have that whole toxic situation in the dressing room. I was told about a book called You Win in the Dressing Room First, right? Need to start reading it. And the thing is that the dressing room at City was so healthy that, of course, players had the freedom to come out and say, Coach, Arteta told me this and he really helped me. Imagine players coming out in the context that we had and said, hey, you know what, man, I'm so happy for Coach Paul Hall. I mean, he has been teaching me that, he has been doing that. And imagine what could have happened. given the context.
But the winning context management, you'd have said, you know what? Whitmore oversees the program. Paul Ostakis the day-to-day training. He's really good at doing A, B, and C. It's not a knock against Whitmore.
Well, Leon Bailey said something to that.
I think that
people have the ego gone from the team. I thought that's what I heard.
So,
I take money
talk
man.
about the dressing room being better, but we don't.
Yes, but the ego's gone. Not the coach make it better. The ego's.
Hey, you.
Management, I take your point. I think is a very good one, but I think Cranky also makes an excellent point, because I think at the end of the day, Paul Hall should know, and we know intrinsically, that there is a flashing yellow light there, meaning that Paul Hall didn't really have a clean break, so to speak. It will not take long if he's not successful for people to associate him with the previous coach and the current, I don't want to say the current GFF regime, but the current perception of the GFF. In other words, that flashing yellow light is a warning sign to him, or it should be, if he's smart, that he, that he's going to be judged based on his affiliation or association with the reputation of the previous coach and the reputation of the federation. So I think I get that. If there is no clean break there, things could get really bad really quickly. On the other hand,
if I'm Paul Hall,
yes,
I am getting the best players I can to play for my team.
Right.
My success, and my success will be the country's success.
Yeah.
So I'm getting the best players who fit my program, not necessarily the best players for every team, but the best players who fit my program to allow me to be successful, regardless of what the JFF tell me. If I'm successful, they can't fire me. But if I'm not successful, they're going to fire me.
I agree with that. I think that he's going to have to be able to, and I said it about the previous coach. As I used to say it all the time, that if Whitmore knows what is good for him, that he would publicly defy the JFF sometimes and speak out, because when they, when the mess hit the fan, it's going to all blow back on him and he's going to be the fall guy.
I disagree on that, by the way.
Huh?
I believe you espouse the corporate way of, look, I would just be a politician. You espouse the corporate perspective, but you do your thing that you want to do.
Right.
And it may sound contravening, it may not sound like they're aligned, but I'm not saying anything that you're going to say in the public domain. I'm being an employee insubordinate.
Right.
But I'm going to do what's going to make me successful.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how it's done. At the end of the day, you're going to be judged by your successes or your failure. That's the bottom line.
I want to jump on another point, guys. I want to get another point. So we have talked, some conversation came up today about some people who take their shirts off. I want to say this to those people out there who are in Jamaica football who are in leadership position. All of you need to work as a collective for the country to get better. Put your egos aside, put your so-called principles aside, and those principles are sometimes war principles, because then they're very chauvinistic in how they're thought about, constructed, how they operate. You can achieve your own personal goals for your team and yourself and your people. If you can work as a collective, they're not mutually exclusive, You can work as one collective, whether you run this academy here, this program here, this team here, you can work collectively for the betterment of the program, and everybody can get a piece of the pie. We're very disjointed today. We are very much focused on parochial about our vertical and what we do and how we do it. And we don't think that the strength of the collective can benefit all of us. So what is happening is people come on these programs, they're fighting, they're carrying on, they want to show who's the toughest and the better, who knows the smarter. That's not helping the program, it's not helping anyone. The national team needs to be sourced by all these other teams. Find a way to go assess those players, pick them, bring them into the program, and don't say your players are the best or these players are the best. Try to work as a one, all understanding that the goal we're trying to achieve, everyone can benefit, and try to work as a collective to achieve those goals, versus today, what I hear in different forums, It's so distasteful. It's not even digestible. And to me, it makes no sense.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, and let me say this. I will add to that, Cranky. Listen, like you will never change what you tolerate. Let me say it that way. You'll never change what you tolerate. And the thing is that the consumers of this need to stop tolerating it if they really want it changed.
The consumers sometimes promote it. That's the problem. The consumers sometimes realize that they're not helping when they promote some of these nonsense, and they support some people who, because they achieve certain things, and they're big fish in a small pond. They encourage them with their nonsense.
Yeah. So I listen, and that's what I'm saying. That people like in the comment section, a lot of times people say, "Listen, we have the power. We can move the GFF. See what we have done." So I also want to challenge them that when you see these things, begin to leave the stream.
Yeah, I just want to chime in. I agree with you guys 100%, and I have an additional perspective or something that I bring to the discussion as well. I think that my observation is that it's just a free fall, and everybody doing what they want to do. The irresponsible behavior sometimes, the conflict. There are no rules of conduct, nothing really guiding people. So I know this is going to seem like a moment of self-promotion, but of course I've been promising everybody that I was going to try and, write some proposed bylaws that addresses some of these issues. And, I'm glad to say that I am, I've finished. Article 31 is the last article. And, there are things in here that rules that address the whole conflicts of interest issue, rules addressing how you can include additional members in the federation to make it more democratic, rules of how people can be expelled. I don't want to call anybody's name in particular, but at least one of the persons who I think that we're referring to existed on the margins of the federation, although arguably he had, one of the biggest players to come out of Jamaica most recently. So of course there's another person, who has an affiliation with the federation, and people said, well, there are some issues there with regards to conflicts of interest, etc. I think that both of these gentlemen, in their way, in spite of what happened, have contributed to Jamaican football. And listen, sitting here overseas and not having done any of the work myself, I still have to show a modicum of respect to them, and urge them, if possible, to abide by the rules, to adopt new rules, of how they're going to conduct themselves. And as Cranky said, if they do that, they will both benefit from that. They'll attract more business. The private sector will respect it more. The fans will benefit. I mean, the benefits of doing all of that are immeasurable.
But Neil, they are what people view to be the examples, right? They are who the more junior young people are going to look up to. They're one of the more senior people are looking up to. They are in the highest level position sometimes in the country's football, and they're not setting the example they should be setting. You have to manage your own ego to allow yourself, even if that's not who you are, you got to portray an image that allow you to be viewed in a positive light. You got to know what they say, like what good looks like. So I'm going to portray what good looks like. And if I'm a good example, then those people who are junior or looking for mentors and examples would emulate what I portray to the general public. And you're not setting a good image when you get in a certain forum and operate a certain way. It doesn't work.
Absolutely.
Neil, you mentioned one thing, which is an imperative. You have to find a way to get the conflict out of the football, because the conflict doesn't allow you to get the best people in all different positions in football, then I give you the best chance for success. Whether it's picking the best players, having the best administrators, you really have to figure out a way. And I understand that some people want to function in different capacities, but they also have to understand you can't have your cake and eat it too sometimes. If you're going to run a team, you shouldn't be part of running the JFF. Maybe you can provide some advisory capacity or help in some way, but you should be making decisions that's going to benefit your club. That conflict is inherent in that role.
And it's so crazy. Just before you said something, Mannings, but I'm just going to say this really quickly. So, one of the parties involved is not a member of the JFF, and I've been on the margins for a long time. Now, the JFF kind of felt like, well, they were exacting punishment, or this man wasn't complying with certain things that needed to be done, whatever criteria he needed to fulfill in order to become a member. But my view is that had he been admitted as a member, right, that, whatever, he actually would have been subject to more control had he been a member than not being a member.
Neo, I don't think, Neo, if it's the person you're talking about that I think it is, I don't think that person have the emotional intelligence and the self-reflection to really assess how they contribute to the toxic nature of certain environment, how they can comport themselves in certain environment, has the capacity and or the humility to in any environment. Sorry, they don't.
I would have rather speak his spoken voice.
But Cranky, had he been a member of the JFF, right? He would have been subject to certain penalties, financial penalties.
No, but let me say this, Neil. Do you realize? Sorry to cut you. I want to make this point. I think one of the things you have to realize that, and I always tell people this, and they think like they say I sing to American and act like I'm better than people. But what we suffer from is small country syndrome. All right. The issues of conflict and of interest is when you have a small space with a small amount of people in particular sectors. It's unavoidable that the person who is the member of the board of the school is connected to a political party, who is a cousin of the prime minister, and then probably fifth or fourth cousin. So there is this small places, small cities, you have these issues. All right. So while I can understand a person have dual function, I think we have to create policies that helps to separate the decisions that will create the conflict. And that must be written policies.
So, Management, you're speaking. I don't want to talk to you, but I think, look, what you're saying is logical. We're not dealing with logical situations. I'm telling you, those same people are going to circumvent those same policies. You have to have, I know what you're saying, management. When you have limited intellectual capital, how you distribute that capital is very, very difficult, right? When you have brain drain in society, it makes it challenging. Yes, the conflict of interest, you got to bifurcate those roles, management. You got to split them. There is no, you're going to be A and B, because then you're going to try to police yourself. You're not policing yourself. A police don't police themselves. You can't police yourself.
Yes, so if you look, for example, and that's what I'm saying, small places like this create these issues.
Yes.
Like Indicom, for example, operated with the head of Indicom being a former police. This is the kind of, so you understand me? So, but when you look about who do we have who can serve in this capacity, it's all the connected people, because the pool, the human resource, the intellectual human resource in certain areas in Jamaica is so limited that everybody who's in it has some connection with somebody. And I think that helps to breed corruption.
Yes, that's a fair point. That's a fair point, man.
So watch this, Neo. When the people in when the appointment for the head of the soccer federation, say the person is from Nebraska. All right, it's highly unlikely that he has any connection with the person who is from Milwaukee, who probably voted for him. That is just based on looking at what he has accomplished. It's not like their buddies are best friends, because it's such a big space.
All right. So,
it's easier to find people that have no connection to individuals and clubs, but have a connection to the event or the sports or the industry.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's my response. Here's my response to that. So I think what you're talking about, listen, you're right. The smaller the community and the closer the connections is, the more it creates the environment where you can have nepotism and conflicts of interest.
And where the don't miss out the very important part, Neil.
Mhm.
And where the intellectual capacity
Well,
is,
what I will say is, I don't think I'm gonna say this. Jamaica don't short of intellectual capacity.
In
right?
Jamaica,
Yeah, man, we don't short of intellectual capacity. You have too much bright people in Jamaica, right? For that
Right.
to really be an issue. But let me
Really?
No. Neil. There's a difference between people who don't want to get involved and people who want to get involved. So your numbers get smaller
yeah.
because the population you have, 90% say, I don't want to. It happens here sometimes too.
All right,
Don't get involved.
let me tell you what I think the difference is. The difference is that we can't rely on personalities. We have to develop our institutions. You understand? People will come and go. People will come and go.
True.
But if your institution is strong, right? If your institution is strong, yes, personalities will test the institution. But if we try to develop the institution and make it strong, then that will also curb the personalities that come.
Neil, you just made man's point.
But that's not Neil.
Wait. But let me say this. In Jamaica, the institution and the individual are synonymous.
There you go.
The institution and the who? The individual?
Yes.
Right. And what I'm trying to
was
I agree, But I'm saying exact opposite. I am saying, right, that through a process of reforms and rule writing, right, by creating this culture where we look to the rules and we abide by the rules, and where if somebody break the rules, there's a penalty to deal with that, where we anticipate the issues that will come up.
Neil, all right, what's your problem, Neil? I hear what you're saying. In Jamaica, we are so small that there's around 1,000 people at the most influential in total. At the most influential places in the sports of football, there's around 1,000 Jamaicans in Jamaica operating. I'm not talking like minor coaches and stuff. I'm talking about people who run clubs, head of associations and those things. Around 1,000. Out of that 1,000, I would say half of them probably should not be in the sport. All right, that's my opinion. You see the next half, Neil? The next half are all connected. And they are the ones who are going to create the policy and put the people in position. So when you have such a small amount of people, I find it hard.
It is what you're saying.
Somebody saying see a next man involved in football saying 1,000 is too much.
Right. And look, I agree. What you're saying is true, right? Now, one of the things I did when I was trying to make reforms to the bylaws was create a set of criteria where you could increase the number of people who are members in the JFF. I wanted to broaden, the interests that were in there and the number of people that were in there. Listen, we have to start somewhere. You understand? The idea that we're gonna, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but to me, one of the alternatives would be to throw our hands up and say, well, it now got change. There's nothing we can do. And my thing is that what we can do is to like I said, create new rules, encourage people to do better, and make incremental steps. I think that is possible. I think that to some extent we have, we are upset with the JFF, and they have done things that are deplorable in many people's minds. But on the other hand, there are things that they have done recently. There are things that they have done even in the past while we were cussing them that they deserve some credit for. So, the point is incremental steps, reforms, All of these things are the things that we have to do to strengthen your institution and to fight against the whole issue of nepotism and conflicts. I mean, it's not only Jamaica. I mean, everywhere in the world experience these same problems. It's not just because a man from Florida and another man is from Nebraska that maybe they don't know each other, they don't drink at the same rum bar, or had gone to the same Ivy League college. The fact is that, you know, by a process of trial and elimination, rules are written that anticipate the things that we're seeing now. Jamaica is what? 50 years old as a country? How old is the JFF? It's a pretty young institution, and it has a lot of growing to do. And I think that what really encourages me is that these conversations that we're having, the interest that Coaches Desk has garnered, the people in the chat, all of the discussions that we're having. I mean, we are change. We are changing it. We're putting
Really,
pressure on the institution to change.
Neo,
Absolutely, I believe that.
I'm getting a feedback. Neo, let me say this. At the very, I will say this, right? At the very, I understand that we can't put our hand up. We have to get involved. And I want to do that. I want to be a part of it. But I can tell you this. Until the people, because there is no pathway that football changes if the hub of you is the club, and Portmore and Mount Pleasant and Reno and Wadada and Mollines and Cavaliers and Waterhouse and Tivoli and Arnett Gardens, and the same people keep owning it, and the cycle keeps going on. Because the clubs in Jamaica are those who decide what happens with football predominantly, along with the federation. So unless you're going to create a disconnect between all the clubs, the parish and the JFF, then that can't happen.
My proposal is that you admit. My proposal is that you admit a whole lot more people into the federation who will have interests that are different than the interests of the club owners and the people in the parish association.
Listen, I hear because you guys are focused on election and voting out and getting. I am saying to you, if you get rid of this entire administration, you are going to get just an entire new group of people. There's no pathway you can create in Jamaica where the people who are running the parishes have nothing to do with football.
No, and I'm not advocating that.
So
I need them to stick around.
What I'm saying to you is that if you're saying keep the people around, I'm saying that no matter what the policies are, it is the same people administrating the policies.
So management.
And balances.
Can you guys hear me?
And balances.
Yeah, we're hearing you. Yeah.
So you the change can't be just at the headquarters of the JFF.
There you go.
Right? The changes have to be pervasive across the entire football landscape.
Yeah, I agree.
So therefore, in the parishes where people have lifetime positions, those also have to change.
Yeah, exactly.
You need new blood. We're in the most innovative time in history, and we're not innovating in those areas.
So here's where it needs to happen. I need to own a club, run a club, get people on my side so that I can contest what is going on.
Yes.
And other people need to do that because listen, here's what, Neil. The people are not going to vote out the people who are putting in the money to make the football play.
Yes.
I am telling you that.
The major funding that the JFF gets is not from the clubs. It's from FIFA.
That's the JFF.
Right?
Neo.
We're talking about in the parishes.
Neo, I'm in Jamaica.
I agree with you.
Neo, the monies that run Lime Hall are not FIFA monies. It is people in the community who do that. Those people in the community, if an election comes up, they're not going to vote for nobody else. If they're going to say, okay, let us vote for the person who give us the money to make our club run in Lime Hall. That person,
right, but
say that person is called Jack. Right? Jack says, okay, the parish president is the one who give me the idea. So let's vote for the parish president. So unless you're going to be the Jack in that community, for the people to vote for you, then the parish president gonna stay.
Right. I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say to you is that if we get more member organizations into the GFF who are not football clubs, who are not affiliates of the parish association, right? If there are more people in there, let's say the referee probably have a referees association. Maybe it would be today we were talking on I think your show, and the person who was on, I forgot his name, pardon me, said that Issa was already an affiliate member of the Jamaica Football Federation. Right. I don't know if Issa has a vote. I don't know how much delegates it have to vote.
What he means is that you cannot, there's no form of football where FIFA officials and FIFA rules operating in the country that is not approved by, in other words, so you're an affiliate to operate, so like a corner league. Let's use a corner league, which is a Jamaican thing.
That concept I get, I get that concept. Yeah. What I'm trying to, the reason I asked the question was to find out whether or not Issa...
An affiliate, not all affiliates have vote.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Issa should have a vote in the JFF Congress where it can vote, and it should have more than one delegate to vote.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're expanding the what, and here's where now I know what you want to do, but what you're doing, you're seeking to change by expanding, however, the leadership of the football, which is a noble idea.
I want to create checks and balances. I want to include other entities and other organizations and other people in the JFF who may have opinions that are different from, and maybe sometimes adverse to, the opinions of club owners and parish association heads.
So Manisman, I have
in the JFF.
I have a question for you, Manisman. So the traditional media, who are very far reach across the Jamaican community, why aren't they coming out and challenging the status quo and really trying to articulate that how things are done today is not working as to make us successful? So why wouldn't they be coming out, challenging in a much more public forum, whether in written form or in the TV forum?
Everybody's connected.
No, I understand that, but some of them...
Because the people used to work in the media, either were part of the federation as press officers traveling party to different functions, and they're the head of this, and they're all part of the same political organization, or they were used to be in the same corporate organization in a small space, or they went to the same school. And you know that there are certain schools that the tradition is so big. If you're from this school, hey.
No, don't mention one school though. One school is exempt from that.
How about
so this is what I believe. Here's what I believe, and I keep on saying this until we have, and this is where I think our crime affects our country, because if more people from the diaspora felt safe enough to come to Jamaica and even go back to the parishes that they are from, the resources that they would bring would reset even sport and football and move the power from the present structure to a new generation of people.
No, man, you're 100% right. The society at large is not exclusive from the football. Everything else that we do, you just mentioned the whole concept, the whole idea of, diaspora personnel coming back if they felt more safe in that environment. They're also part of the problem because they're selling a lot of guns to Jamaica. So, frankly, it's true. It's true. So they provide value. They also are detrimental to the country, frankly. And I think that's why you see me talk about this earlier, which is if the collective is working with the same goals and objective, trying to achieve the same thing, you have to convince minds and hearts, and that's very hard to do. But we all don't think the same. We all diverse in our thinking and how we operate. But if we can get people on the same journey, trying to get to the same destination, and get rid of this in football, this incestuous relationship which permeates the society, and football is just a symptom of that, then we'd be in a much better place.
Yeah, but to say we can't rely on that to happen, because in every society there are these conflicts, there are these different groups or different.
But Neo, there's two things that's different. There is the degrees of it, and there's also culpability, and there's also checks and balances, as you mentioned, and there's also accountability, and there's also penalties.
Right.
All those things seem to be excluded in our environment
They're
when
in
something
here.
goes wrong. Exactly.
They're in here. And I'm just saying to you, for instance, let me
We
ask you
want
a
that in a
question.
Neo. I am saying that we want that, but that cannot be separate from the what I am suggesting, because it means that those policy will go to the same group of people who will, regardless of what they say, are going to put it in a way to make sure that their checks and balances come back to them being in power.
So management, that's where the society at large, the media, which includes YouTubers, the players, all these bodies are holding what Neo is holding up and say, we have to subscribe and adhere to this. And if we see you're violating this, then we're going to bring it out in the public domain and you have to answer for it. It may not work as we would like, but hopefully it provides, it's effective in some way, shape, or form. We have to start changing the dialogue. Or the dialogue, I should say, not the dialogue. Change the dialogue in some way, shape, or form, with the goal that somehow it gets institutionalized. We operate in that manner. It will take time to do so.
Listen, I agree with you, but here again, I'll tell you this. And like some of these conversations sometimes are so hard to have because then you have to bring up a lot of the negative stuff. But
it's part of the whole conversation.
When you're in a surrounding where you can't afford some basic things and you depend on handouts, when you don't work, you depend on handouts, you don't get yourself properly educated and you don't want to work, it becomes very difficult for you to take up anything that will remove the person who, by corrupt means, is helping to give you food in the pocket. Why you think politicians don't get voted out?
Yeah, but who we're talking about though when it comes to the Football Association, because what I'm advocating, for instance, is there an international players association that is a member of the JFF with votes? Is there a association?
I think Neil, but I don't think I don't know.
I understand what you're saying, man.
I don't.
What my saying is, Neil, that everything is connected. The secretary is connected to the person who runs the JFF. The person who in the Paris Association who is working with the President Association, their food depends. I understand.
I have seen, Neil, I've seen multi-millionaires ready to come and run political parties in Jamaica and couldn't even establish themselves. Millionaires with expensive lawyers. I've seen them come and go in communities, giving people all kind of things, promises, money, better way out, and people still not, because everything, like, it's hard when you're in a community where people say, listen, if me don't vote for this man, me dead for hungry. What the money they were you? What the money they were you?
That's not a Jamaica issue though. That's a global issue.
Let me give you a good example.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wrote in the proposed reforms is that people will have to attend at least one meeting in person, but that there are provisions where people can attend meetings and vote electronically via telephone or teleconference, right? One of the things is that, in Jamaica, you have a situation where you have a small pond with these big fish swimming in it. To be honest with you, I've always advocated, and there are people in the diaspora who've advocated, said, well, why can't Jamaicans who live overseas be able to vote in the election? Right?
Because Neil, we know why.
Right. And so what I'm trying to say is that those millionaires coming to Jamaica have come to a small pond where the big fish are swimming, when rather, truly, many of the people in the diaspora, what they should be doing is spending their time trying to influence changes to the Constitution, reforms of certain laws. Those are the things that will actually get some changes going, or lasting changes, changing the institution. And I'm saying that this is the same sort of approach that you have to take to the federation. No, I know there's going to be a fight. Maybe they're going to look at my little bylaws that are right and laugh after it. The fact of the matter is, it is going to be out there, and people will be talking about it. Hopefully,
Neil, this is important. You got to show the before. You got to show. No, it's important to highlight the key components of what you have and the before and after.
Right.
Right? Here's what you have, which is not fit for purpose. Here's what I'm proposing. We show the distinct difference between the two.
Yeah.
Here is how much more objective this is, much more transparent this is,
Absolutely.
how the conflicts have been lessened. And here's what you have, which is entirely conflicted, doesn't tell me much. Maintain the status quo, doesn't work.
And Neil, listen, I can tell you this. A percentage of the Jamaican population presently locally operates on information based on the Chinese telephone principle. All right? They are not the first hearers of it. So by the time
it's a relay management, it's a relay concept.
By the time they get the information, because they're not going to read it, they're not going to look at it. By the time they get the information, they're responding to a narrative.
No, man, you're missing this, man. You give an executive summary. You're not going to give the 50-page document, man. You summarize it on one page. The key components of that executive summary tells me what. Come on, man.
Of somebody in politics, when they're having the political thing, they have what they call what they call this thing? It's not a mandate where they it's an M word. Oh, geez. Manifesto.
Right.
All right. And so these guys have these manifestos. And you know how many times I hear them, they simplify them. And all people hear is that, hey, yes, we're not paying no tax. Right? And the thing is bigger than that and broader than that. That is not even the essence of it. Right?
But management, you also got to know your constituent. And if that's what you're trying to emphasize and bring out, and that's what politicians do, by the way, you're not paying no tax. And that's all you care about. The rest of the stuff you don't really care about. That's why you have to make sure your executive summary is to the point, it's sharp, it hit the key point. And if that's what they're going to take away from it, they can take away the key point from it. Limited conflict of interest. The same people can be doing these things 24/7. Those things are imperatives that need to be as part of that document that's telling the people, you know what? Meritocracy is going to work, not the current construct.
Yeah, like, I mean, for instance, I propose term limits for the president.
Yes.
Term limits for the general secretary. I propose a conflicts of interest statement that people have to read every year and sign a document that they will comply with. I propose,
by the way, there's checks and balances to make sure they're accountable and they're complying. They get audited to make sure they comply.
I plan to go through all of this if I can. Maybe on somebody's show or something. I mean, or maybe I'll do a little recorded video. But the point is, there are things in there that, that I think, too, that we would be surprised. It might be palatable to some of the people, because some of the people who are ready in the federation, because it might take some of the pressure off of them. Because, as I said before, sometimes there appears to be a conflict where there might not necessarily be one in actuality. But just the very appearance of the conflict is enough to cause problems. And I'm saying, listen, if you do it this way or that way, previously, what they did was they relied on principles that were put into the Articles of Incorporation and principles that are contained in the Companies Act.
Sorry, Neil.
I'm boring everybody. I'm sorry.
Well, Neil, listen.
Yeah.
You know that I'm in full support of what you're doing.
Yeah.
We're just trying to make sure it includes other things, because let me tell you this. Except a thing for KSAFA that seemed to be changing, the change presidency and I don't know if any of the other parish presidents have changed for a while, unless somebody step out of football, get a bigger position in the JFF and leave. So what you'd normally find is that, like, if I'm the president for Manchester, I get promoted, the first vice president becomes, but he has been in the system. All right. And so what will happen, for example, if, say, Mr. Beckford in St. Anne, who has been in it for like years, over 10 years. All right. So when he goes, the next person who comes is a person who was working there with him for the 10 years.
Let me ask you a question.
Who is probably the same age.
Are many of these parish association heads also club owners?
What? No, but they are not club owners. I know some of them up. This is all the problems. Some of them are involved in clubs.
So in these proposed reforms, you cannot be the head of a bar association and also a owner
And the man never
or a
tell
board
me, so who them the want you not. You think if Cranky can come and say, listen, for example, the most said the Jamaican people will tell you, yeah, brother, you know, in enough football and you want to come run football down where you think you come from, move from boy, yes, brother.
No, but I'm not running them out of football.
No, you're not running them. No, what they are running you out because you want to come in and you're not involved in football. The people want you to be giving money to football and running a football club to show that you love football. You know what Jamaica, let's say, prove to us that you are committed.
Well, let me so hold on. So let me ask you this question. Is it again, I'll go back to
prove your commitment. Which club they're gonna ask you? Who is Neo? Which club him run? He never run a club yet. Nobody is voting for you, brother.
FIFA sent money to the GFF, right? And the GFF distributes that money to the parish associations, and the parish association distribute that money to the minor football associations, and so on and so forth, right? And so basically, you know, what you have to do is to find a way to have the GFF exert more of a positive power on the parish associations. You can require the people in the parish associations to, you know, to do certain things, write reports, force them to work, force them to justify their positions. In other words, they can't just sit back there and reap the benefits and call all the shots. Under the proposed rules, they will have to do things that, you know, they will either, that will require them to do work that they have to do.
So management, I gotta jump in. So Neo, that is the management. Management said, Neo, I love your thought process. I love the thing you put together. It reads really good, but I want a textbook, and that Jamaican then I want a textbook. They want not really a textbook. They want the cliff notes. And in the cliff notes now work for them. They must say, look, you have to be here, you gotta be involved, and your money talks. Otherwise, we're not hearing what you have to say. But I would say this though, Neil, doesn't mean it should dissuade you or discourage you from attempting to helping to change.
That's all we can do, brother.
So Neil, listen, I agree with you. We want that to go out and sing, but I'm telling you, the real change will have to take place because I know this. And listen, when you go into a community, and I've seen this in communities that have worked, when you go into a community, some communities, the first thing people ask are what am I going to give away? If the church is going to keep revival, them ask, so then couldn't bring some food, then couldn't bring some this. The people want to know, what are you going to come and give? And that is part of the, and maybe that not happen in Jamaica alone, but where you have those kind of behaviors, you have a propensity of seeing corruption. Because people play on those things. People use the fact that they can give you things to sway you in a particular direction, which leads to all kind of corrupt practices. And I'm saying, for the change to take place, there has to be a shifting. A whole
paradigm shift, huh?
Exactly, in the people's mindset, because this idea of, listen, Neo, when you come to Jamaica and you go I don't know that you do, the first thing people ask you is not say, hey, you know that me just pick a couple of coconut you want to bring back up. What them say? What if first thing?
What you bring for me?
There you go.
Yes, that is the truth. What you bring for me?
And that is real.
Our management, you know the best what I've heard? You know what? I am the cousin of your mother, stepsister. That's true. And my mouth is open, it still hasn't closed. That was a year ago. And I'm thinking, okay, let me figure out where does that tie back into. But you're right. There is the whole view of you need to provide me something tangible, right? That can benefit me. Even if it's not much, that's what people think.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're right. It needs to be a shift in the mentality to say, you know what, you're going to benefit, but it doesn't have to be material you benefit. And how do I really digest and accept that as a viable thing for me that I can benefit an asset versus a tangible asset? Something in my hand. Right,
one of the things that I wrote in here is that the different parish associations will basically, based on their performance, you know, they can get more money dispersed to them if they meet the goals and objectives, the development goals and objectives that the JFF set them. They have to write a report and send back to the general secretary. And those of them who achieve those goals in a way that, you know, in a meaningful way, that they will receive more funding, and it won't be a situation where everybody get the same amount of money. In other words, I'm also trying to see to it that, you know, you can use the power of the purse strings to persuade them to do things differently. And as I said before, you know, these are incremental. You know, I expect the changes to be incremental, but I also expect to convince them that these rules can also benefit them. You know, I'm not your enemy. I'm not coming to run your thing. I'm here to hopefully help you do things better, and also with the promise that if we do things better and make it to the World Cup and get the, how much millions of dollars is it that you get when you go to the World Cup? If we get that every year, then everybody, Chris.
Listen, I'm telling you this, Neil. Like, I've seen, I can use like Mr. Peter Gould as an example. He is, I think he's doing a great job in terms of football in St. Anne.
Peter,
and if you ask, Peter Gould, he's the person who runs Mount Pleasant, the owner of Mount Pleasant. Great transformation in terms of what he has done. Mm-hmm. And do you know that if there were to be an election, there's a whole set of people who would not vote for him because of a particular mindset of Jamaican.
He's of a certain persuasion, right? He's of a certain persuasion, and so therefore that persuasion doesn't resonate well because of historical context to it. And they don't believe that they have that person or that persuasion should be running their program.
No matter who, no matter how much you give, no matter what you do, it's because of
Which one of those players have been sold to date from the academy in Center?
No, coach is asking, has he exported any of his products?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Don't you find that odd?
Yeah, it is odd. but I'm saying, but here's the thing, though, coach. But he has brought in a concept that, I mean, has invested a lot in the football. So somebody could look and say, well, if he's doing that and at his club, imagine if he were say the president of the parish, what do you do? But there's a part of our population who don't accept people of a certain background look, kind of a thing.
Use the word persuasion.
Persuasion. There you go.
Yo, we can't really know when I talk about Lennon. I forgot to
So Neo, some of us absorb the sun better than others. Okay.
So some of us are Supermen and some of us aren't.
No, some of us saying give the historical context of who we are and who used to manage us. I don't want somebody with persuasion still having a role where they're managing their leadership position, right? That's the challenge. That's the difficulty.
Yeah, I know. I get you.
It's optics and substantive. It's optical and substantive.
Right. And I was,
I know you've been cute.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
very unfortunate though. Yeah.
There is, but that's a mindset. You realize it has to do with getting the people to change their thinking, because too often we're clouded by the urgent and we miss the important things.
No, but man, I would say this because we all have the same background. We all grew up with the same background. It's going to be difficult for certain people, even informed people, to digest that. Right? It's going to be very difficult to digest. No matter what we want to think, if the person's adding a lot of value and they're the best for the position, the history doesn't lend well for them and doesn't lend well for the situation. So I understand that, but you're right about that, which is, how can I still have the person help me develop what I'm trying to develop? Even I want to put them in that situation, that seat. Yeah. How do I leverage them? even give them an advisory role to help, because I know they're going to have positive input.
There you go. Good spin, Cranky. I agree with that. I mean, I think that's the sort of flexibility that we need to have. I mean, I am, I hope I'm not naive. I do understand that there will be a lot of resistance to the change. Although I think that the project of affecting the change in the JFF is, is not. I mean, thank God, it's not the whole population you're dealing with. But as I said before, you have to have carrots and you have to have sticks. As I said, maybe nothing will come of it. It certainly will
No,
be.
I disagree. Neil.
It will be food for thought.
I think what you have is very important, and it ought to be out there. So remember, my point is that is a part of the change, but there's and again, I'll go back to this. I think if we were at a better place in terms of our crime and violence, a lot of these things would have been changed, because the resources we need from the diaspora would have been. There are many people, for example, I know, that wants to go to Westmoreland in Western Jamaica and change even places like Savannah-Lamar and some of those Granger, but they are afraid. There are people who are that there are Jamaicans who come back and have houses in places, and they stay in hotels. They don't even go to the house. Nice houses. They stay in hotels. And I'm saying these people, I think, because really and truly, when you count the clubs them and people who are investing in football, like Brian said, it's less than 1,000 people. And when you have that amount, everybody's connected. All of those 1,000 people know each other, and that is why you keep having the same set of people in and around the business, because they're around 1,000 people.
Do you think you could convince 1,000 people that if they get, $9 million US, and them convert it to Jamaican, and convert it to Jamaican, and if it's 1,000 of them, that they will reap tremendous benefit and grow their share of the football prize, rather than fight over the scraps that no exist. I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but I am relying also on that desire to have profits and that desire to self-aggrandizement. I'm also relying on that too. I mean, I think that's something that you have to take into consideration when you do these things.
No, look, Neil, I think management suggests, which I agree with, that you should put it out there. There's nothing in life like excellence, right? Or something which is shown to be certainly better than something else. And someone look at two of them and say, you know what? No, this is just better. We got to do this. Or we got to make some changes to enhance what we have today. Because what we have today is not fit for purpose. So if you put it out, people can peruse it, they can assess it, they can review it, they can challenge it, right? They can play devil's advocate, whatever they want to do, but at the end of the day, looking and say, you know what? This is just a better product. Yeah. So therefore, we got to figure out how to way to use this product. May not incorporate everything that you suggest, but if it's better in a lot of respects, they're going to leverage it. Yep. And if they're smart enough, anyway.
Guys, but before I go, or you guys go, I have some news to share with people. I'm just looking for my paper. Sorry, one sec. I'm not gonna reveal everything.
Yeah, man. Coach Minzy, let me just say to Coach Minzy, what somebody was saying, what happened to the under 17 girls?
Coach Minzy still there?
The under 17 girls will be playing a match on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, but because I hear Baller, what's his name, was asking me if I know what happened to the under 17 girls. I don't know.
Nothing is wrong with them. They'll be playing a match Sunday.
Okay, that's what I was on. I thought, I don't know what he was saying. Baller Madrid, I think his name was. Okay.
You know, management, what should have management? The JFF should give us like 2 months to run their program. Give us like 2 months to run it. We give it back to them after the 2 months. Yeah, give us 3 months to run it. And in 3 months done, we give it back to you, and you can do what you want to do.
All right, so here's the news now, people. So I'm gonna sound like Mr. Maxwell, right? Who said, "How much likes we have? How much likes we have? Get it up to 200, and I give you the exclusive."
Sure.
Because Mr. Maxwell knows I just messing around still. But I mean, so in my efforts writing this thing, I decided to take a look at
Mr. Maxwell?
the trademark. No, not him. To look at the whole trademark issue again, because that's also something that I addressed in the proposed bylaws.
Right.
And I discovered that as recently as this month, that there have been applicants other than the JFF, right? And it is unclear to me whether or not these applicants are affiliated with the JFF. Well, one of them might be, who have applied, and it appears successfully so, to become the owner of the Reggae Girls and Reggae Boyz trademark in the U.S. trademark office.
So can that be challenged?
Here it is.
Yeah, but who says the person who is applying for it is not connected to the federation? That's what we need to find out.
But it can't be an individual thing, right? Got to be a federation thing with the executive body or the board signing off on anything here that they apply.
Even though the federation, I would not be surprised I would not be surprised if they give this out to a private person to do it for them. And they pay
the private person owns it. There's no such thing as giving out.
No, in other words, listen, yeah, man, you own it. You understand me? And you pay to do the process, and then you do it for a year, and then you collect a little percentage, you get back your money because we don't have the money to do it.
No, money's man. No.
Okay.
Money's man, it would work the other way around. Which the organization would do it, and then I would outsource the execution of it, but I own it. There's a big difference.
Okay.
So listen. So one of the applications was made on April 12, 2022. And the other application was made on February 14, 2022.
So then wait till it die down new. When you bring up new, then wait till it die down.
Okay.
That needs to be investigated.
So maybe somebody listening to you, Neo. So when you come up here and talk, and you say, "Oh, Neo said nobody not own that, maybe we can own it, because when Neo come on, Neo say you can own it and make some money. But maybe the application was turned down. Maybe they were told that no.
No, Neo said this has a legitimate it's certified that it's that their patent was approved, right, for the person or whoever applied for it, right, Neo?
Yeah, the applications appear to have been approved. Just give me 1 sec, guys. 1 sec.
So that now what happens, man, is that somebody must have done a search and realized that this wasn't patented, right? And then be able to apply for it. Or if it was patented before the patent expired, so they didn't apply it or they're renewing that. I don't know what it is, but that's not a good look.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. I bet it's somebody in Jamaica. If you do investigation, I bet it's somebody in Jamaica who did it.
All right, so listen.
It's somebody who listens to coaches this, man.
I've been like Mr. Maxwell, I'm not asking for the...
Hey, people, get it up to 300 likes and
Need to give more exclusive.
Hey, no. Hey, let me get a new one. Listen, Neo, don't share the information until we get three money pull up on the board.
Hey, listen, maybe, but all right, listen. So this is what I can say for now, is that the people who these applicants are not necessarily new, and in the case of one of the applications, there might be reason to believe that the applicant has perhaps asked the JFF for permission to file for the ownership of the trademark. However, it seems to me that even if the JFF gave them permission to do so, that it would have been more prudent for the JFF to file the application and then license the person to use it, as opposed to the person filing for it on their own. And
Neo, that smell so bad it's hard to digest, Neo. Come on, Neo.
I'm trying to tell you, that's my suggestion. Is maybe not the best way, but it could be. You know, yeah, man, go ahead and do that, man. You understand me? And
they get compensated.
well, you know, that's what I was suggesting, but me and Cranky shoot me down, so I'm just leaving it.
Me agree with them, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as I said, you know, it's hard to tell because, as Manning said, everybody is connected. So you know, you really, you know, you really don't know. What I can say is that there is contact information available for the attorneys who put in the application on behalf of the applicants.
So I say this: the traditional media in Jamaica, because you guys like to fall asleep. You guys are always sleeping. You ask these passive questions, which means nothing to anyone. I just saw you investigate some justice of the peace who just resigned this position because we're doing something not appropriate. Go run with it. Neo just gave you a bone. Go run with the bone. I hate to put it in that negative term, but you now have a trail to go investigate and really try to cipher out what this really means, what it entails, what was actually done, who did what, who owns this. Because we all think this naming convention that we have is inherent to our football team at all different levels. And if a private citizen owns it, that cannot be acceptable.
Right. And as I said before, you know, I mean, you know, this is public record. You know, I didn't pay anybody off to go and do it. It was completely free to research. You don't have to be an attorney to be able to do it. I was not there trying to catch anybody in a compromising situation. I only did it because I was trying to educate myself about a subject that I wanted to be able to educate other people about.
So here's what I don't understand, Neil. So if the person has the trademark, anything that's sold under that trademark name, do they have to give permission for that to occur?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, technically the answer to that question is yes, right? But having the rights, having ownership of a trademark and sometimes actually enforcing it is two different things. Some people buy trademarks, Cranky, and logos. They sit down on it and they wait until
then they sell it.
And after the wrongdoer has made the fortune,
yes,
they come in and say, listen, man, that fortune that you just made, I need it from you because you use my trademark on my logo when you're not supposed to.
So here's the thing. Though, because I find this very spooky. That's just me. I don't want to speculate. I don't have all the details. But wasn't there some big discussion about a major deal that they just signed? During the same February, around that time, they had a big meeting about the new sponsorship deal. Major one. A major sponsorship deal with Adidas.
Yeah.
That will be launched in one of the biggest ever sponsorship deals in the Caribbean. In the entire Caribbean. Now, you think that would have been done during the same time without any connection and knowledge of all of this?
So my name is Man. I do think though that the financial, you know, something we need some we need some intelligence. Because here's the thing: so the financial licensing was in a public domain, so let's let those financials disappear, right? And there's always things underlying those financials. Those are the financials, an accumulation of information in each of the categories that they have, in the accounts that they have. We need some more intelligence and information. I gotta find out from FIFA as to whether or not those things should be made public, and we gotta figure that out.
Yeah, and I you know, I tell you, I have such conflicted feelings because, listen, all of you guys out there, I have been trying to figure out. Every time I try to find that thing, my computer says your proxy isn't working or some error thing on the, you know. Suffice to say that the documents are no longer available. And the website has been just taken down completely. The only thing that now exists is our Facebook page and maybe the Instagram. I would hate it.
Maybe they never own the domain name.
No, them shut it
Yes.
off.
Probably.
I would hate
Oh,
it.
that's a good point still now, Cranky.
I would hate it. I
No.
would hate to think that.
They want to have to take a joke. Maybe they didn't own the domain name.
No, no, man is man. What I will tell you
That
is
that is possible for real.
Yeah, man, that's true.
Cranky and I had a conversation on coach's desk about the financials.
Yes, we did.
Right? We had a conversation about the bylaws. And a few days later, the two things were completely gone and inaccessible.
Hey, coach, you need to restrict your forum to certain people.
So, you know, I mean, I'm sorry. You know, I hate
I recall that, Neil. I recall that.
I hate to speculate. I don't want to accuse people of doing anything wrong or nefarious, but that coincidence is just much too strong to ignore. And as I said before, I said it then and I'm saying it now. I'm not trying to pry and get anybody into trouble. You know, I'm not trying to
what I'm saying, sorry, Neil, let me help you. Because, for example, there is apparently a Reggae Girls Foundation that is independent of the JFF, that is run by apparently one of the players' mother, that has nothing to do, but it bears the name the Jamaica Reggae Girls.
See, man on him phone, you know.
Huh?
I saw you on the phone. Go ahead. Go ahead, though.
Listen, somebody message Mannings.
No problem. It's the very mature people.
Oh, Jesus.
At 11:30, at 11:20 at night. But go on, Mannings, man. Go on.
It bird pitch for Mannings.
Yeah, man, we see it fly.
Right. So
my warning.
Neil, hold on. Watch this now, Cranky. Neil, check your phone. Check your phone.
You know, I don't even have my phone, but I will check it. I'm sorry.
Check your phone, because if you get a message, it's confirmation. So check your phone.
Yeah,
you can have a phone here.
You have my phone. Somebody confiscate it. But yes, Mannings, man, I am aware of that situation.
All right. So wouldn't you want to find out? I believe that. So there are other things that, for some reason, that's how they up. I don't know for what reason, but if
money just sound like in reverb, you know. There's like echo.
So
yeah, there's a lot of echo, man.
They who? They as in the federation, or they as in the charitable organization?
I don't know. I hear I'm echo.
Yeah, you're echoing, man.
Okay, I'm
we
sorry.
know there are many of you in it, but you're echoing.
It's Neo.
Yeah,
need
man.
to mute.
It's me?
Is Neo?
No, man, not me.
Yeah, man, it's you need to mute.
Money, stop echo now.
Yeah, it's Neo, man. Neo trying to mess up my phone and thing.
So I go and mute. Tell me if you're hearing it. I go and mute.
Yeah.
I think Mannings Bird want me to shut up.
No, man, that was that was not an echo. That was just me repeating.
Let's not make it fun. Let's not make it fun.
Neo was oblivious to that one.
I'm going to bed sooner because we're playing in the morning. We played against Coach in the morning. And I don't know if we're going to beat Coach, but I'm hoping that we do. So maybe go to bed soon.
All right, guys. But
the point I'm making,
we're running at 10 minutes.
I am wondering if there are, like, the whole system, and this is why I like the document. The whole system is so that I could run a Reggae Boyz Foundation and collect money.
Right.
What you're saying is that should never occur. The permission has to be granted. Right. Let this financial situation worked out, right? Because sometimes you may not have the time, but you delegate to someone else. But it's something which is officially designated. Not you just go out and utilize the name of the organization for your own person, if it's benefiting the organization at large.
Mannings, let me address it head on, because we were on a show together when I kind of brought up that situation. If you recall, we were talking to the coach for the girls team, right?
Right.
And I asked that question at the time. I had so let me just say that part. So generally speaking, I think at the time it was mentioned or brought out that a parent of one of the girls may have had a charitable organization by that name
Right.
located in Florida, and that it was created for the purpose of raising money to help the girls program. And I asked because we were discussing how we could help the girls. And I said, well, hey, this thing is a nonprofit organization in the United States. Members of the diaspora who live here, not only in Florida, but anywhere in the US, could donate to it. And, so I was like, is it safe? Is it reliable? I don't want to direct people to put money there.
Right. You did ask the question.
And is it, most importantly, is it tax deductible? But anyway, keep going.
Absolutely, Cranky, you're speaking my language, right? And so I asked, I mean, it's important. I mean, it's a win-win, right? If you can help the girls and get a tax deduction, that's an excellent idea. And it's something that I've said before. But my concern is that if that situation included, and I can't say one way or the other, whether or not that organization is a owner of the trademark or logo or whatever. But if that is the situation, it seems to me that the better way to do something like that is to have the JFF own it and license the organization to be able to use the logo for the purposes of raising money for the girls. That to me would be the better way to go about doing something like that, as opposed to, as Cranky said, somebody who have good intentions misguidedly, or not, try to seek to claim ownership over the trademark. Either way, I think that the inaction of the GFF to establish ownership of that particular logo or trademark allows for that type of mischief to occur. And in my thing here, I have clauses which would prevent them or would compel them to not allow that type of situation to occur. Now, the pen is mightier than the sword, hopefully. Maybe that's just nonsense. But, I think that's something that, as I said before, it puts people in a situation. I can imagine a parent of a player wanting to do something like that, finding themselves in a situation where things might be said, and allegations might be had that they were doing something that maybe they shouldn't have. And
so I'll say this before I go after it, which is, if you don't change the status quo will remain as is. All right? So I'm glad that people like yourself, Neo, are trying to make, even though it may not appear that way, but on paper, which is very important, if you can get people to subscribe to rules and regulations and the way of doing things, which can stand up to scrutiny, and you can get adherence, no matter how long it takes, it's better than doing nothing. So my hope is that this will start something. As I said before, traditional media, I know some of you watch this, do your job. That's all I'll say. Do your job.
Yeah, all I'll say is you people out there, Google me.
Which name? Which name should they Google?
D Porter.
I'm making my max Porter.
By the way, Devon, if you're online, you called me today, but I was traveling. I was actually flying back, so I get a chance to call you back. I'll do so. But yeah, is Mr. Porter giving you a hard time?
No, I just give him trouble, man, because I heard them say that Mr. Porter told somebody to Google him.
Yes.
Wow.
I think I recall that, yes.
I don't remember. I don't know who it was. I don't know when it was, but I heard him say that. Tell the person to go and Google me. So I just using it.
All right. Well, guys, this was good.
Yeah,
It's
man.
always good having dialogue with you with you three.
Yeah, coach. I hope I can get you tomorrow at around 10 o'clock.
No, man is man. Man is man. Watch yourself. Man is man. Watch yourself. Coach, we will only get you if it's positive in our favor. We will leave you alone if it's the reverse. How about that?
I know. You didn't have to say that, Cranky. I know.
Yeah. We're not. In fact, you know what? Neither way would I pursue you because you and I are both in the same place. I don't think Spurs are going to get top 4. So we're both in the same place.
I think Spurs is going to lose tomorrow, you know. I think Brentford going to beat them.
Even so, they have Watford and Norwich at the end of the season. They have 2 rubber stamp games. We have no rubber stamp game.
They're going to have Liverpool, and that's the next loss.
Yeah, but we have every team that's in form we have for the rest of the season.
They are going to lose those 2 games, and then we are going to beat them. That's 3.
No, we said they beat City twice this year. Don't say that. They never can tell.
And they didn't beat us once.
We only played them once.
That's right. Yeah.
I hope it's a good game tomorrow.
Yeah.
And by the way, Manning's man, we only scored 1 good goal in that game. So you just remember that. All the talk we're talking about scoring 4 against Chelsea. No, the penalty was debatable. The goal that Simic Ross scored was the only good goal we scored. The first goal was a giveaway. The second way was calamity. And the penalty was debatable. So I'm not running around saying we're scoring, beating my chest.
At least the coach played our box 3. That's what we have been suggesting.
Yes. Well, the coach is the coach. Anyway, when people want to talk about Arsenal, you want to talk about your own personal team. Thanks everyone for joining us in the chat. We really appreciate it. It was a good dialogue, Neil. And Neil, we want to see that document come out because I'll read it from cover to cover. Yeah, and we can work on the exec summary so people who don't want to read the entire thing can really pull out the key components of it.
People, I'm not coming back on the show with Cranky and Neo, you know. Like, I'm going to tell you why. Cranky just said, good conversation, Neo. And he emphasized the Neo. You understand me?
That was deliberate, by the way. I didn't say coach either, right? I said Neo.
Yeah. So I don't know. Coach, I don't think you should keep the show. You understand? Because, you know, if it's just Neo alone getting props.
Neo lives in New York where I live. So Neo and I have that really good connection. Those who live in Jamaica, I'm xenophobic. You're in Jamaica. I don't want to talk to you.
You see why this whole thing not going to work? You see his connections. The same thing I'm talking about, you know, this whole connection thing. He made sure.
I disconnect my internet.
It's a good type of connection, not the bad type.
You see his corruption going on right here.
I disconnect my internet, man.
Yeah.
I am very xenophobic. Xenophobia permeates me. I only want to deal with people in my immediate community. And those who are outside, I will have nothing to do with them. So, Neo, it was a great conversation.
Anyways, Shelly and Fraser Price are open tomorrow, so I know that. Well.
Yeah. Oh, she's open. You mean opening? I mean your first run of the year?
Her season, yes, with a 200 meters. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the Velocity is a Velocity Sprint Fest.
Yeah, man.
Okay, the 4x1 girls were supposed to run. The school relay team supposed to run as well.
But is what's her name hindered?
But Edwin Allen Norman, the Edwin Allen team.
School team. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the pen relays. I think I'm going to go to pen relays next week. So that should be. Hopefully they turn up. Should be good.
Hey, Cranky, you know I'm trying to get there too, so I'm gonna probably give you a call if you're heading there. You know.
I normally go every year except when we had COVID, but I normally go.
It would be good to see a gentleman there.
Oh, so you're gonna be there to coach?
Yep.
Yeah, man, we should link up. Are you there? I'm only there on Saturday. You there Friday and Saturday, coach?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah, I said we can get that deal, then I come on earlier. I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be there since Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys, it was a pleasure. Hope springs eternal. That's all I'll say.
I'm very disappointed in Neil. You said guys. You should say Cranky. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. For real.
All right, everyone. Have a great night.
Yeah, man. Bless up, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, people. Big up Mannings, man. And remember to subscribe to his channel. Big up to Cranky him not on a channel, let's subscribe to Arsenal. if you want to continue to lose. And Neo's laws on the inside. Once it's up on YouTube, we're not gonna check it out, man.
Not really a channel still, but yeah.
a channel to be.
Hold on, that brother you come for do it. Benediction.
I don't be.
But PC, oh, everybody I leave and you just come, brethren.
No, to say show now run certain hours again from my timeline, man.
Oh. Yeah, where's that? Portmore, there what? 2 hours ahead of us.
It looks so. I'm mountain time money.
I'm going to show that run for the timeline. Portmore was it 2 ahead of us.
I'm mountain time.
Pacific Standard Time. You want to operate pod. Or Portmore PST. Portmore Standard Time. Yeah?
No, man, you know, we've been in and out of London. You know, a lot of paperwork and the club is, we're trying to get things sorted out. So the time zone.
The mogul talking.
You see me, the time zone affect us. When I say show done, but just come.
Yeah, man, I know they done. We're not getting that to a few cents.
Wait, you just reach your man?
Hey, if we give him a few cents, it's a continent.
No. It's 12:30 my time. I'm going to bed.
I'm gone.
Yeah,
man. Come on, drive my Portmore and get jet lag.
I am on a different time. You know what? The time zone, there was a change, you know?
The man get jet lag, yeah, man.
All right, guys.
All right, CC, sign out and sign back in for part 2.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bless up.
All right.
Rich's Roots drink works for menstrual cramps and pain, migraines, fatigue, stress and tiredness, sinusitis, builds immune defense, bloating, enhances male bedroom prowess, and Rich's sorrel roots drink works against all types of cancers and tumors, memory loss, high cholesterol, insomnia, nervous issues, flu, and many other illnesses. For your Rich's Roots drink and Rich's sorrel roots drink, contact us now via WhatsApp at 876-528-9534. Rich's Roots drink and Rich's sorrel roots drink. Rich's, a true Jamaican experience.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.